on fire. You look like
40 months? Quag triple A.
Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hope you had a good weekend. Welcome in. How you doing, my own sling? Hey, Gideon's tab. Hey, loading screen. Hey, Danny. Hey, Atrix. Loading screen. Thank you for the 40 months. Time's fucking crazy. 40 months. Wow. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Hope things are treating you, at the very least, okay. We shoot for realistic. Hello. Howdy. Hey. Let's keep charting. So depending on how, and ignore this mod down here, definitely don't stare at the thumbnail for this mod. Definitely don't look at that. Depending on how effectively I move today, maybe we finish this run, because I'm very captivated by the run idea for the next thing, for the next run, the build I want to do. I'm very fixated on it. I can tell when I want to do a run around something when it just clicks and it's like, alright, I have to do this on stream. The shorts and socks make that mod? Yeah. Finally pull the trigger and add Cyberpunk 2077 to my library of games. I don't have time to play. It's a very good game. We're supposed to get I mean the 2.3 update was supposed to be a couple weeks ago. But they delayed it because they weren't satisfied with it yet, which, you know, good on them. Lessons learned. Um, yeah, it'll be a good time to jump in soon. Morning, Rathano. Hope you're well. Good to see you. Okay, so yeah, last time we got pretty well set up in Act 3. Rescued Shart's parents. Killed Kazadork. Had Astarion sort that whole thing out himself. Saw some rare dialogue. Thanks to that.
Might as well.
I still have 2 short rest potions. Well, we got something resembling resources. Let's go save Minsk. Not bad, how you doing? I'm doing okay. I wish I felt a little bit better, but I'm doing okay. I could certainly have more to complain about. That's the wrong waypoint. Oh yeah, I could become a hole assassin. Whoop assassinating they holes, you know? Haven't Boggart yet? We have not.
Quiet as a mouse.
Oh, I only have one in smoke. Let's not have an incident.
This way. Worth talking to, perhaps.
Trust me when I say you are better off living unshaded by Shah's influence. Such a goddess would take everything from you, and still demand more. Let me work my magic.
My faith protects me.
How can I help? I question the I'll be here.
Okay.
I can taste your...
It saw me awfully quickly. And I hadn't accounted for that. It's big lady time. Yeah. I love it. Interesting build idea. Just thought up Trickster random chaos build. Basically, use dice rolls RNG to the max. In what way? That could go a lot of directions. Never lucky. Random spell effects, switch magic, randomly teleport in direction, that sort of stuff. Sounds like it requires some mods. Can't Booming Blade here because he might die in the following scene.
Against.
Get rid of him. Don't be foolish. He is too unpredictable. He will only be a hindrance to us.
His
Ah, I hate that, sorry.
in this.
Again? Okay.
Minsk is on his way.
Time to pack it in for the day, I think.
Bart, we've been live for 15 minutes. It's not time to pack it in for the day.
Where are you? Squeak, so I must know you but none like me. He says we will join.
Okay. Oh, is he able to run through that stuff? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. Were you talking about Minsk there? Yeah, jokingly? Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to what his animations were. I could go do that guild fight, I guess. You could introduce them all to Ferure. Do I have a haste scroll? No. Unfortunate. I'm gonna waste a vigilance. I could Mind Sank. Yeah, that's fine. It's Mind Sanctuary. Hey, Tony Hawk. Or like Zent bullying. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if I lock in, we could finish this run today. Maybe even start the new one. Because I'm very invested in the concept for the next one. I'm really excited to go down that particular rabbit hole. Hey, Ashley, good morning. Did you do Lero again? No. I could spare 5 seconds, though.
No time. Good. Come on then.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Starting to think that Shocker can't escape him. I don't think I've ever actually seen these guild members act like this, because I've never seen the guys on the bottom die first. Or at least not that I can remember. And I still need to try having one of these bards do inspiration on me before an important skill check. Not necessary, but another funny trick to have in your bag. Yeah, they're getting bullied extra hard this time. Hey, he might pick up a kill this time because he's not attacking Lady Flux. Let's see. If he crits, he can get a kill. Oh, no. Turns out Battlemaster still sucks. Damn, Nine Fingers crit phase. That's tragic. Good for you. I have a feral cow that I rescued from Hurricane Helene, and she had four kittens. The smallest kitten, 9 months old, just hopped on my desk, opened a drawer, squeezed into it, shut it as far as she could. Yeah, cats like drawers. That's great. I love that. Surprised Lady Flux missed there. Rolled a 9. Oh yeah, Grey Weapon Master. She missed. Hey, John O'Dallas. Welcome in. I hope today's going well. Yeah, it is. Mind if I ask a new PG3 related question? Absolutely. Feel free. Questions welcome. How can we help?
Ready.
That's enough golf, you know. Back to work. There's a message.
Ready to do some business?
Could use that, I guess.
I survived the hell.
I'd like to create a Gale character based on the Ice or Thunder. Are those any good? If so, which one's better? So, situational. Like, elements are sort of a rock, paper, scissors type thing in like every game they're ever in. There's going to be some enemies that are more or less resistant to one element versus another. Now, I will say, as a whole, it's pretty easy to scale up your cold damage throughout the game. It's one of the easier damage types to apply vulnerability to. Apologies, that's my start streaming alarm. Like, for example, if you had some water and you throw a water bottle at someone, they get wet, and then they gain resistance to fire damage, but vulnerability to lightning and cold damage. It's a very common strategy, using wet and then lightning or cold damage. So that would be something you could absolutely do very effectively. There's not nearly as many sources of thunder damage, but the ones that exist are very powerful, so you could go about that too. I would not call either of them better than the other, just different. Like how, without given the proper context, you can't say that a fork is better than a spoon. Can't do it. Pick up light scroll. Could be useful. I should buy more thieves tools, but I'm being a stingy bastard today.
Let's see what I can glean.
So,
Guessing evocation to non-harm allies? Yeah, that's an option. The things I prefer about evocation are personally the level 6 and 10 features. Level 6 where your cantrips that are saving throw based become save for half rather than save or suck. That's less relevant if you're doing a focus on cold or thunder damage. But the level 10 feature is extremely good for increasing your damage. It's one of the most impactful damage increasing features in the game. So sure, the level 2 feature is nice, but you could also just not have your allies in a position where they're vulnerable to such attacks, you know? That's my chosen route. Good positioning. You could go all sorts of directions. You could do some sorcerer stuff. Nature and Tempest cleric domains have some interactivity with cold damage type stuff, if you wanted to go that direction. You've got all sorts of options. Mono or multi with cleric, that's up to you. Every class combination is viable. You can do the entire game with one character, with any combination of any class. The thing that matters is how sound your strategy is. And you can always craft a new strategy if there's a particular combo of classes you wanted to run with. So, genuinely, whatever you think is cool, whatever you want to explore, you can do it all. Gotta have the strategy right. I need Marco equipped right now. I could get away with not having Marco equipped right now. Do I want to, though?
Mustn't let anyone see.
Awesome, thanks. You're welcome.
The approach unique, the form sloppy, but the passion for killing, it was like sport. It would be remiss to ignore such talent. Would you like to be more than a common murderer? To become an avatar of slaughter?
Sure thing. Last time I got an invitation like this, life got a lot more interesting.
You must kill once more. Choose from our list of most unholy sacrifices. Remove.
No. I don't need our doppelganger friend there to grant me entry to Candlehallow because I already dealt with Dolor. But what I did need was to actually have killed one of the murder targets, so that I'm not lying when I say that I did. And because I'm not actually lying, I don't have to roll a deception check.
We'll give it a try.
The locked door has read.
Basically the Dark Brotherhood. Yeah. Similar kind of role. I just use Gale's hand. Yeah, deleting Gale from the game that early deletes a ton of items, XP, content, and a character I happen to enjoy, so I consider that wasteful.
Present me well from you.
Yeah, cock and balls sin or whatever.
Approach, aspirant. You took this spirit's life.
No deception because I actually did it.
You.
That's curious.
Go that way.
You may
Civilian do
spit.
Someone will stop you, Barnest, when they do.
And they do what? That's what I thought.
Behold, with the port.
Unholy assassin. Subtle.
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul
Okay.
whims.
Yeah, may as well buy all of that. There is a case for this. But no.
Go.
Is there a trade? You're the riot, not staying for long though. I appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, especially since you're newer to the game, I don't want to go into too much detail about this very late game stuff you're seeing. When I first heard Dirge could rip off Gale's hand, I thought, oh wow, that sounds so unique. How does it impact his story? I think I just changed to Gale, like Will Gaining Horns, or just kills him, removes him from the game entirely. Yeah, it's a novelty thing. Shock factor. I did it like once, twice, and was like, okay, I'm done with that. So, greater flesh means my damage ceiling is now going to be cracked. could do saturation somewhere. No lighting blast available, but that's fine. Dumb question, does Gale's Hand do anything? Does it give access to a secret chamber or something? No spoilers, obviously, just generally yes or no. It does not give you anything that you cannot get through other means. All it is a grandiose way of deleting Gale from the game. In a shocking manner. That's all. And that's lame. I agree. But, you know, for first time Dark Urge playthrough, it's one of the earliest, like, wow, this is different type things, so it tends to stick in people's minds.
Yes. But these tax hikes are enough to make my eyes water.
What was I just talking about potentially doing fight-wise? Oh, Ethel, right. We also have the option of doing, like, Ballast Armor, Hail of Thorns stuff now. Could maybe find somewhere to do that. You select Dark Urge on console, playing Dirge as your custom character. You just select Dark Urge, and then unlike all of the other predetermined origins, you can customize Dark Urge.
That was a bad idea.
Don't you dare puke on your uniform.
Makes so much sense, thank you. You're welcome.
Close the maid early. Unless the maid is on fire, shove off. Actually, just leave me to burn. Oh, bloody hangover.
Let's do this. No harm in a little conversation.
What did...
This way.
Keep low and quiet.
Not like I forced it down his neck.
Simply begging to be robbed. Unseen as I was taught.
I'm fine, Dad.
Okay.
Where in the hell's this grizzly? You moron! Oh, Cap, my fearsome.
Yeah, I can make this work.
Gently does it.
Captain Grizzly, fierce as she. Waves rose up, the bitch queen roared. The blushing maid.
That. Need my bonus action. Try this. Oh yeah, that guy died or whatever. Morning, Dad.
Gonna finger your eye hole. Make all the holes.
The fist might not love what I'm about to do.
I want them.
That's gonna be their problem. Let's saturation. Win. I have free cast. Yeah, the fist did not love that. That was okay. We Hail of Thorns next turn, I think. Never had them help in that fight. Yeah, they're popping in to do a crime response because I killed a civilian while fighting the Red Caps, but they saw the Red Caps before they saw me, so they joined the fight neutral to me and hostile to the Red Caps. Forgot they have Blade. Hello. Rude. I want to go for Hail of Thorns, but I need this wizard dead first. That would certainly do it. I want to preserve my lightning charges, I think. Hey, Foster. They okay? I took no damage, of course. They seem to have taken a lot, though. And I could have much better Hail of Thorns bows on.
This way.
Maybe that's what I'll build into for this this upcoming fight. Spear of Evening beats out Marco for that purpose. Do I care though?
To make camp soon. Might be a
And this will of course be a non-lightning blast one.
Unnoticed. Good.
Man, I wish lightning blast is more than once per long rest. It's very wise that it isn't. But I wear that, I don't want to enter one-shotting myself territory. That's something to be aware of. Why do you hide before using the wand? So that Connor will be surprised. Do reviving hands so I get blade ward up that way. Without my 2 DR, I could actually take damage. Be fun to see what that looks like. With Callous Glow, that could be enough to actually put me in a lot of danger. Let's think about that. I really want to do Ballast Armor for that. No, I'll just angle it in a way where I'm not in the AoE. It'll be fine. Blade Scroll's already on my bar. Good job, past me. Evasion, Hail of Thorns tech. Certainly something you could do, yeah. Evasion, self-targeted Hail of Thorns is an idea that I like.
Perfect. All the hallmarks of a hag's lair.
Barbarian doesn't care.
Special place. You can't be in her special place.
I'm gonna be an Auntie special place.
Stop it! For Auntie!
Come on, mateys! Let's slit this landlubber from head to heel!
Alright, that's Aura of Murder on everyone. Not bad. Yeah, the Vuln cancelled out them succeeding to save there. It's not bad at all. And remember, we can upcast that a lot more than we did. Yeah, it scales up the explosion part of it. So you get evasion from Arcane Trickster, get plenty of level 1 spell slots too. Yeah, that's a way you could go about it. I like that idea. uncanny dodged. That's why Vaughn wasn't in place. But playing Dabalis was correct there. Alright, so you're a barbarian. You have advantage on dex saves. So Hail of Thorns isn't great on you. I did it anyway, though. Owie. I hurt myself today. Hurt him more, though.
Onward. Ever on.
Go here. Here. Don't have as many darkness arrows as I should. Should be fine.
My faith will guide me.
Playing Swashbuckler, it's so fun. Do you have any recs for increasing AC early game besides regular protection? Thinking taking level in another class probably best. Thanks for reading my conversation with myself. No, it's a good question, Aaliyah. Here's my answer, and it's annoying, but what do you need AC for?
I'll grab that.
I'd say getting other defensive stats is just better, and if you are going to take a level in another class, I would do so to pick up the ability to use heavy armor. Because then you can do things like take the heavy armor master feat, where adamantine splint or helldusk armor, and then you're a brick. It doesn't matter if people hit you anymore at that point, because let's say you're doing adamantine splint. That's 2 damage reduction from the armor itself, and then that's 3 damage reduction to physical from heavy armor master. Let's assume that the dip you took was cleric and you picked up blade ward, and let's assume you have 5 levels in rogue for uncanny dodge. So someone hits you for physical damage, it gets cut in half, then it has to go through your 5 damage reduction after it was cut in half, then it has to go through uncanny dodge, cutting it in half again. Level 5, I need alert. Do you? Swashbuckler gets an initiative increase as a class feature when you get the subclass. They're at level 3 or 4. So do you? Alert's great, and I'm a huge proponent of it, but in trying to solve the particular problem you mentioned, do you care?
Let's get this lock to yield.
Reed, I swear, is not very smart. You are smart. Wanna know how I know? You are willing to accept new information.
Calm and quiet, that's the way. be worth a look.
If I wanted my growth thing to petal, it wouldn't be you I'd call.
Time to rid ourselves of this hag once and for all.
Little shit.
Let's see.
Adrix says, I took alert in Act 3 on my Swash when the bonus initiative was not enough anymore. Yeah, I think that's a good point to take alert on Swash, because at that point, alert is helping you to counter Cazador, Gortash, and Steel Watchers. So it is valuable. Fire arrows of Titan variety, yeah. Anyone tried out the BG3 Chocolate Edition mod? Watch their mod team's hour-long patch notes video. Sounds very fun and refreshing. I know nothing about it, denied.
Anyway, we can take
So,
your pick.
not I. Realized I didn't get all the books in the House of Grief. It's a ton of money. You know the modded wild shape thing I showed off? Yeah, the modded wild shape that has been in the game the entire time at level 10, but people don't read. Yeah, that one. Do you know the modded wild shape thing I showed off? The level 2 one? Oh hey, this Sharon's still alive. That's funny. Right, I never killed... That's why I never got that loot. I never killed these guys. That would explain that. That's what I also got when I visited the mirror. Nice. Psychic damage Colossus Slayer is pretty vile.
Trees collected, no doubt.
Did I get the surprise round? I hit one of them.
No time to
It is funny walking around not transformed with 22 strength. Yeah, I've grown to like the 22 strength, just breakpoint for as much of the game as I can have it. I like having it in Act 2 with Harmonium Halberd, I like having it in Act 3 with Mirror of Loss. When I hit one and one-shot them, I usually don't get the surprise round. I think one of my bonus instances is what actually did it, because let's see. Lost condition hiding. Call the Weak. Call the Weak pulled me out of hiding. So I think that's why it was still a surprise round. But that's just a theory. We'll sell the Figaro.
Those clanking great steel watches.
Fill the House of Grief with 24 Strength Sabertooth, which is modded, just tons of fun. For anyone who doesn't understand the joke that we're making, frequently, whenever a challenge runner is doing a wild shape run, if they use any wild shapes other than Owlbear, and this isn't an exaggeration, any wild shape other than Owlbear, there's likely to be at least one person who's like, is this wild shape modded? Because people don't use other wild shapes, and they really should change that.
Welcome back, friend.
I have seen it happen on each of the Myrmidons for my own channel and trades. I've seen it happen for the Sabertooth on Mark's channel. I've seen it happen for the Dinosaur on Trade's channel. It happened with the Rothe on my channel. Yeah. Yeah.
Very good, man.
Kara, thank you for the 9 months. Much appreciated. Hope things are treating you well.
There you go, Quag.
Quag.
Remember?
Quag. Owlbear is so mid, I don't get it. People lash on the top rope stuff. Yep. And like top rope stuff isn't even exclusive to Owlbear. In fact, I don't know if it's still in the speedrun, but in the speedrun, for at least an amount of time, the Merkle strat was to use the Polar Bear to do top rope stuff. Not the Owlbear, the Polar Bear. You can also do top rope with Rothe. You can do it with Slayer. Hey, Rapstack. Being weirded out by a dinosaur a bit more understandable since many people see a dinosaur in a fantasy setting and get cognitive dissonance. I mean, that's a them issue, isn't it? I do get your meaning, though. What's top rope? Crushing flight thing? Yeah, Tony Har. Just jumping on something from high up. All wild shape forms are good in their own way. Yes. Absolutely agree. Some of them struggle relative to others to find their niche. Like Dire Raven is a tough sell, especially if you are doing it in either Tactician or below, or patch 8 honor mode. Polar Bear struggles to find its niche at higher levels. Provided you have access to Invis, Panther is struggling after they nerfed it. But outside of some cases for those, yes.
You've been caught mid-robbery. Nothing
Went back and forth yesterday about what I wanted to do next. Landed on Moon Druid because I want to play with Myrmidons again. I haven't done Moon Druids the very first run. Nice. Coincidentally, my next run's gonna have a Moon Druid dip. Just a dip, though. Because I think we can officially add to the list of 2-level dips that help your build more than Paladin. Moon Druid. This does mean 3 of the 4 Druid subclasses in BG3 are extremely powerful 2-level dips. Don't trust your dip definition. By dip, I mean 2 levels. Level 1 Tempest Cleric for heavy armor. Don't need it. I'll have heavy armor proficiency through other means. When I say Moon Druid dip, I mean there will be 2 levels of Moon Druid, and then that's all Druid's doing. And mine? Ah, yeah, for yours? Yeah, you could do that. Doesn't have to be Tempest necessarily. You could do Fighter to pick up the fighting style, but I assume you want the spellcasting progression and stuff. Cleric perks. Yeah, you could do that. Nature works too. When you use Amulet of Devout, it's possible to remove the divinity charge from the UI. I'm sure there's a mod that does it, but otherwise, no.
Need something for defense? Or maybe offense? Either way, I've got what you need.
Yeah, let's grab Slaying Arrows. It makes sense. Lightning Arrows also makes sense to grab. Do I care about Ballast Armor right now? Not really. I'll carry it anyway. Haven't done Nature Domain before. Any comparable differences between it and Tempest in relation to a Druid? So instead of having the retaliation effect, and instead of having the martial weapon proficiencies, you would be gaining, Dampen Elements is a feature I really like. And you have what I think is a more desirable Divine Strike overall. Fire, lightning, and cold, your choice. I don't think the lack of martial weapon proficiencies will matter much since you are doing Moon Druid. Cleric's getting a subclass on 1 and Channel Divinity on 2 makes some really good dips. Positively stuffed with features, as long as you want those features. Yeah. Requires 6 levels though, and wanted 11 levels for Moon Druid, Hero's Feast, yada yada yada. Yeah, in that case, then you'd probably be looking at Tempest or Life as your 1-level cleric dip. Those are the other ones that grant you heavy armor proficiency. Or War. Though I hate War Priest charges, so.
Mustn't let anyone see. Now, what are you hiding?
Warlock, I'm also a fan of for Moon if you don't want the 3rd feat. Yeah, you can pick up Agatha's, you can pick up Hex, Mortal Reminder, or Hexblade's Curse. Makes sense.
Onward.
Personally, I don't like War Priest on Moon Druid, since you usually have your bonus action accounted for. Not only that, I don't like War Priest on anything, because you get an extremely limited amount of attacks on your bonus action, that you have minimal control over when they actually queue up, so it gives you less precise control over your turns. And also they're a long rest resource that you get off of just the 1-level dip. You have, what, 5 of them? 4 of them? That's nothing. It's to the point where whenever I play War Domain, the first thing I do every long rest is attack until I don't have War Priest charges anymore, because I don't like the loss of control. And I already use my bonus action for things. So I'm not gaining anything by having the charges. So I dump them. I find that things like War Priest charges, things like Quicken Spell on non-Booming Blade cantrip builds, those tend to be valued more highly by people who do not value their bonus action appropriately. They don't know what to do with it, so they're like, oh, I can do this. It's like, yeah, you could, but you definitely have better things you could have done. These will be the same people who downplay things like Hex and Hunter's Mark.
There's quite some arcane knowledge to be found.
Same people who don't use things like Psionic Overload. Same people who dump their strength so they can't shove people. Same ones who don't bait opportunity attacks with their jumps and such. Hey, TV Raymond. Or Priest Charge or Divine Smite. I mean, they're both pretty good ways of making your build worse. So whichever one calls to you.
Best avoid that trap.
The place where War Priest has a shout is theoretical DPR calcs in a perfect vacuum, where you have perfect control over the circumstances, and the downsides of War Priest charges don't apply, and you don't have to worry about your resource sustain. And even then, if I want a 1-level dip to improve my DPR in such a scenario, I'm just going Hexblade instead to keep something resembling realism. And meanwhile, Divine Smite is just bad. If you were using Divine Smite for anything other than attacking Radiant Vuln enemies or applying poisons, you could have done something better with your levels. Clicked the wrong door last time. Hey, Shimmer.
Best avoid that trap. Quite a collection of famed wizards. One for each door.
Higher Quickness Hat could be interesting here. Like, I should be able to trigger that with Ensnaring Strike as long as I have fire damage on my weapon in some capacity. It's an interesting thought. But it probably doesn't work if I twin it, because then I would run into the same issue you run into with Scorching Ray. Extra bonus action for another spell per turn, since those shots use action and a bonus action. Yeah, Rapsack. I'd be able to Ensnaring Strike at the cost of action plus bonus action and gain a bonus action from it. So it would functionally be just at cost of action. The thing I would have to deal with is that's giving up my helmet slot, and then I need to pick up crit immunity again from somewhere, or play in a way where no one ever gets attack rolls against me. Which is fair enough. I do have the Adamantine Splint in Lae'zel's inventory. I could switch back to that if I want to do Pyro Quickness. Then I don't have Fire Res, so I'd probably be going with, Actually, never mind, I do have Fire Res, because Ranger's goated. So yeah, I wouldn't have to care. I could do Reverse Rain Cloak, though, to just be burning immune. Completely turn off the downside. Thinking out loud. I suppose such a setup would be slightly safer than just doing Helmet of Grit, but only slightly.
Netherese. Gale will want to see this.
Bowbreaker's cool. If you didn't craft the Adamantine Mace, then this is a two-handed option for being able to ignore Bludgeoning Res. Useful on some builds. hate having low strength. He says with 20 strength. I usually don't bother with the gin. I should, it's money, but sometimes there's an annoying visual bug where I have a pet that isn't actually there. And I don't feel like dealing with that. Not much I need money for at this point anyway. I don't even really need to get the statue commissioned. I already bought everything I want from Abazigal. Bought everything I want from Damon. Cool romance, very sweet and wholesome. Someday I'll get it. Yeah, I believe that you will do it, and you won't romance Astarion. Yep, I believe you, Danny. I seem to remember someone fucking up my approval with him in a certain run. I don't remember that at all. Another quick question. With throwing water at enemies' feet to buff lightning or cold spells counted as attack and break Shadow Heart Sanctuary? Yes. Throwing anything successfully will break Sanctuary. You might be able to get away with using the Create Water spell. I don't think that's considered hostile. Including a health pot yourself? Yeah, throwing anything. If the throw is successful, Sanctuary breaks. Now, if you try to throw a person and it fails, it doesn't break. But throwing anything, objects, weapons, people, if it happens, Sanctuary breaks. Suppose I should start stocking up on Universal Res again. To work my way around to Orin. I guess.
Let's see what I can glean.
You have come far, I perceive. Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
Did I buy from Skittle? It's looking like maybe I didn't. It's my favorite Act 3 fight. It's a good question. I'm thinking. It's probably Gortash. It's probably Gortash. Hey Sal, I don't know if Spell Sniper works with Booming Blade. It does not. Sacred Star, my favorite. Sacred Star is so good. I'm a big fan of it. How well do Dex Gloves fit on a Fear Caster? I'd like to have 16 strength between my spellcasting ability and Colin. There aren't enough points. There are enough points. There are. Dex Gloves are a bad choice. If you are ever considering dumping your dexterity to put on Dex Gloves, you have made a bad choice. With the exception of playing Retaliation build. And I would take that with a little bit of extra weight because, remember, I'm the guy who refuses to say things in absolutes. There is no reason for you to prioritize other stats over dexterity in the context you provided. Just take the dex. If you also need your casting stat, take that too. If you also want 16 strength, take that too. Yes, that means less constitution, but that's okay. Remember, all damage is avoidable. There are ways to get HP other than having constitution. And if you're worried about your concentration, position better. Or be a Stars Druid, lol.
Really?
I'm not going to say Constitution's the least desirable stat in the game, because Intelligence and Wisdom are competing for that title, but Constitution's the least important physical stat. Any class or subclass particularly enjoys having full arm master? I like it on fighters, Zvifer, because you have that extra feat to justify taking it. I like it on Tempest Cleric too, for the keep away build. People keep trying to get to you on their turns, but you just keep knocking them back. Would Will's Rapier be a good fit for a Bladesinger Wizard to pair with Helmet of Acuity? Am I thrown by not just using Shadowblade Battle Mage Gloves? Okay, a lot to unpack there. I'm guessing that you have been active on YouTube or Reddit, and you've seen some of those build guides there. So, Helmet of Arcane Acuity is a way of getting spell save DC. Battle Mage Gloves are a way of getting spell save DC. They are in different slots, giving you the option to still have whatever you want in the other slot. They can fulfill similar roles. They work a bit differently, but generally they do the same thing. But you have to apply that. Been researching? Okay, so first thing, Bladesinger's fucking terrible. Just getting that out there. It gets glazed by people who don't read their class features. Bladesinger is actively fucking terrible. You can still make it work though, because you can make everything work. Shadowblade is good because it has a good damage floor. So again, people who don't know how to do damage believe it does more damage than everything else. It doesn't. But it is good. Like, I have Shadowblade from the Ring on my character right now. You can see that 2d8 in Psychic, meaning you can double it up with Vulnerability very easily in the late game. It's good. But here's the thing. Everything that you mentioned in that message is something that has specific use cases. So, like, by Will's Rapier, I'm assuming you mean the one in the Act 2 finale, Infernal Rapier. That item's nice because it allows you to scale off of your casting stat. There are 2 weapons in the game that natively allow you to do that. Jahira's Scimitar, the Sylvan Scimitar, and the Rapier you can get as part of Will's storyline if you bring him with you to the Act 2 finale. And then succeed a Persuasion check on Mazora. So, for something like a Bladesinger that is struggling to put stat points anywhere effectively, because if you're doing melee stuff on a Bladesinger, you need either strength or dex to be good, until you get access to one of those weapons. Even then, there is no reason for any character, much less someone who is going to be relying on AC tanking the way Bladesinger is, to not have good dexterity. So you're going to have that good dex anyway. If you don't have good strength, you have bad carry weight, you have bad athletics, which means you are vulnerable to being shoved, and you can't shove people effectively. You can't throw people around. Your saving throws against certain detrimental effects, such as anything that can knock you prone, such as the room-wide AoE that the Apostle of Merkel can do, such as the strength drain from shadows and wraiths in the Shadow Curse lands. All of that, that's strength. So if you don't have good strength, you're bad at that. Wizards have very small hit die, so you probably want Constitution if you're playing a Bladesinger, because the restrictions around Bladesong, forcing you to wear actively stupid gear combinations, because remember, you can't wear shields, you can't wear anything heavier than light armor, and you are restricted from using most kinds of weapons if you want to be able to blade sing. This is why blade singer is bad, because you're giving up all these things to just have worse defenses in the end. But if you are gearing in a way that's blade song compatible, you want constitution, because you're also not getting your critical hit immunity until Act 3, and you need to offset the fact that wizards have terrible HP and you'll have no damage reduction. So you're already looking at wanting good strength, wanting good dex, wanting good con, and that leaves you with, you need some amount of investment into your intelligence if you want to do anything other than your simple, I'm going to swing my melee weapon, and sometimes I'm going to swing my melee weapon with Booming Blade. If you're going to do anything outside of that, you want some amount of int. You can offset having a bad int with Arcane Acuity. That'll help. So that is a case for using either the helmet or the gloves. I would not ever recommend using both. It's redundant, especially when accounting for the fact that the glove slot is one of the most impactful for increasing your damage in Baldur's Gate 3. There are so many options in the glove slot that go absolutely crazy. Like, I'm using Spellmind gloves right now, which are incredible. But you also have both versions of the Helldust gloves, you have both versions of the Dark Justiciar gloves, you have the Crater Flesh gloves, you have all of the various unarmed damage ones, but then you have utility options. The Fleet Fingers give you insane mobility, which can be good if you are a squishy, like a non-abjuration wizard. You have defensive options like the Reviving Hands. You have something that's a little bit of both, with the Sparkle Hands providing you accuracy, but then also damage. You have saving throws from Isabel's gloves. You have lowering enemy saving throws with Gloves of Baneful Striking, Gloves of Power. You have gloves that give you access to different spells. Like, the glove slot is highly competitive, which is why you'll often see people going for the helmets. But your helmet slot is also stuff. That's mobility from Haste Helm. That's spell save DC and initiative from Fistbreaker Helm. That's later on crit immunity from either Helldusk Helm or Helm of Baldurin. And it's worth noting that the Helldusk Helm is the only crit immunity item in the game that Blade Singers can use while Blade Singing, because all of the other ones impede Blade Song. Yes, Grimskull Helm, there's an asterisk next to it, because with specific order of operations, you can bypass Blade Song impeded for short periods of time by abusing certain things, but it's very roundabout and not efficient or practical. And you would still have to get heavy armor proficiency somehow to take advantage of that, which is going to require either sacrificing multiple feats or multi-classing out of Blade Singer, bringing you to the Paladin problem, where the class is still shit if you have to fix it with a better class. In your opinion, what's the strongest build I'd put together for Gale? Context matters there. I would say not Blade Singer. That's as specific as I'm going to go, but if you want to be a very tanky brick of a defensive class, Abjuration School Wizard is one of the top 2 tankiest classes in the game. Number 1 and 2 is Abjuration, and then like any rogue, and the context of what fight you're doing will flip which one wins. But at level 2, an Abjuration Wizard with no gear on is tanky enough that most goblins in Act 1 will choose not to attack because they know they don't do enough damage. That's how tanky Abjuration is, at level 2.
Remember? You brought her back. Here.
Is that supposed to be a bar?
If you want to be a walking crime in terms of your damage, Evocation School Wizard is incredibly powerful. I enjoy Necromancy School Wizard, because you get some very powerful summons starting at level 6. Illusion School gets very good defensive feature in Instinctive Charm. Or, that's Enchantment School, excuse me. Enchantment School. And then you get Split Enchantment at level 10, which improves your crowd control abilities against multiple targets. Illusion School is kind of one of the oddballs. It's not great, but it's also not bad. Same with Conjuration. Transmutation has some cool utility options, and it's the potion crafter. if you want some resource efficiency in that regard and don't want to outsource that role to a companion. What schools have I missed here? Did I get everything? I think I got everything. Oh, Divination allows you to just have a lot of control over enemy saving throws. So if you really want to stick a control spell, you could be like, nah, fuck you, I stuck it anyway. Even if they would normally have saved. News fuck to this game, so it sounds like got a ton of experimenting to do. Yeah, experimentation is key, and I would really encourage, don't get too hung up on what build guides are telling you, because the reason why I have nothing but shit to pick apart with most YouTube and Reddit style guide content, I'm air quoting for people in podcast mode, is they always leave out nuance and context. With the exception of friend of the channel, Morgana Evelyn, and also a couple small creators out there that the algorithm isn't as kind to as it should be, most creators who put out that kind of content, they don't do their fact checks, they don't do their due diligence, and it's very reductive, and it's often replacing, I have used this with this is best. Familiarity over an actual assessment of what's what and where the good features are. And this way of thinking is why people glaze Bladesinger, because Bladesinger is nothing if you are making yourself Bladesong compatible with your gear loadout. You are just a wizard with extra attack. And that's all you get. You have no class features outside of that. So why would you do that when you could take a better wizard subclass? And if you want extra attack, you could get that from another source. Even some cases that people will make, it's like, well, it gets Booming Blade. You have Upcast Shadow Blade. Yeah, you can still get that while not being Bladesinger. Booming Blade's available at level 1 on most of the casters. You could be a high elf or high half elf and get it in character creation if you want it that badly. You could take Magic Initiate as a feat and pick it up that way, along with getting other useful cantrips and even ritual spells that way. So it's not a bad choice for a feat. If you want extra attack on a full caster, well, 2 of the 4 Bard subclasses get that at level 6. So if you did want to do Upcast Shadow Blade with extra attack, well, you could simply pick up Shadow Blade from Sorcerer levels, get extra attack from Bard levels, and be better than Bladesinger in every possible way. Offense, defense, utility, and you could even still take Wizard levels, take Abjuration School, and then be even tankier. Like, it's still there. But the reason why you don't see those things mentioned is because the people who glaze certain surface level things, such as the perceived value of Bladesinger, the perceived value of Paladin, the perceived value of Battlemaster, these are people who haven't played other things. So of course they don't know there's options. And ignorance is not something to be shamed. Stupidity is. You cross over from ignorance to stupidity when you start calling things definitively best in absolutes while not having played most of the game that you are presenting yourself as being an authority on. This is my problem with what's necessary to be a good YouTuber without a lot of right place, right time love from the algo. And it's part of why I respect Morgana Evelyn so much, because she is one of the people that proves that you don't have to be disingenuous, you don't have to be at least unintentionally spreading falsehoods because it fuels the algo well. You don't have to do that stuff to do well in the space. It's just a shortcut that a lot of people choose to do. So yeah, that was a bit of a rant, but There you go. There's a link for you. Check her out on YouTube. She also streams here on Twitch. Hey, Nick. Two favorite classes I've experimented with so far: Hexblade, Warlock, Fighter with 7 attacks beginning of each fight. Honorable mention of Swashbuckler, Rogue. A fun thing I would encourage messing around with, especially with Fighter and with Warlock, is just pure class. I know the desire to multi-class, and I know I mentioned a bunch of beneficial multi-classes to prove some of my earlier points in this convo, but I would encourage pure classing, because pure class Warlock and pure class Fighter are insane, and somehow people don't play them. Wizard spell list is good enough on its own for Wizard without any class features to be viable, though. Not better than Wizard with features, but still. But everything's viable, Rapsack. If we are lowering the bar... Hey, Gideon Staff, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate that. But if we're lowering the bar to everything is viable, I've beaten the game with level 1 characters, solo honor. 2 different classes. I've done it as a Warlock and as a Monk. I've done that. And those builds were stronger than what a Bladesinger provides. So if the bar for, yeah, but it's viable for a subclass that you are giving up the most desirable things from the Wizard class and all of its many other subclasses, if giving up all of that still has you coming out weaker than a level 1 character, like, you shouldn't get weaker by going from level 1 to level 2. But Bladesinger does. How is that? I was looking at the multi-classing off of Fighter, nothing seemed worth the trade-offs, wondering if I was missing something. So I think the thing with Fighter is Fighter's good to multi-class into. I don't endorse multi-classing out of Fighter, at least more than one level, because at level 11, improved extra attack is incredible. But I think viewing it through the lens of multi-classing into it to get Fighter features, some of the lower level Fighter features while you're doing something else, that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, let's say you're doing an evocation wizard, and you get to level 10, you get your empowered evocation. Let's say maybe you don't care about having your 6th level spellcasting all that much. You're like, whatever. What if you want Action Surge? You get Action Surge, you get a fighting style, you get up to medium armor proficiency, shield proficiency. If you start as Fighter and then go into Wizard, like you did a full respec to go in that order, you'd also be picking up heavy armor proficiency, you'd be getting strength and constitution saving throw proficiency. Like, I think that makes more sense. Not even Paladin managed to get worse with the level up. Like Irish said, level 11 is situationally more detrimental than level 10. Like, if you're playing pure class Paladin, there's a couple of cases in Act 3 for you to just hold your level up and not take it. Because a level 11 Paladin is not going to be able to... This is a great camera angle, by the way. He's so tiny. Big lady, am I right? You know the meme of the little frog dude who just like spilled his fries and he's crying and he's looking up? It's that. Shit, what was I even talking about? Hey, more the creator, I needs that. You're in the right place. And let me know if I butchered your name. Welcome in. But yeah, I was talking about the paladin thing. Yeah, like if you're going to fight Viconia or Raphael, a level 11 paladin, well, you need to play around the fact that doing radiant damage that you can't opt out of is going to make you have a bad time. Whereas a level 10 paladin, you don't have that problem. You could just not click your radiant damage and you're good. Got it right, thanks. Glad to hear. Hey Scott, how are you?
Best idea you've had all day, mate.
Calm and quiet, that's the way.
So anyway. Let's actually get the... Let's go Vicious Shortbow here. I think that could be funny. Am I crackling the Kareskas right now? I am not. So we could go Dollar Amaris.
Might as well help myself. Your time has come.
Level 10 Paladin's already a choice. Yeah, I mean, you've already fucked up by that point, but...
On I go.
Go back to this because I have it. Just sell that somewhere. Should give the butt of Karsus to Gale at some point. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was considering if I want to go for Orin. Why did a Flaming Fist Wizard just spawn it? Where's their crime response happening? Someone report something over there. Weird. Oscar's super dead, so all is right in the world. Oh yeah, let's turn in the Hack Survivor quest. It's gotten these types of games this year, and I'm 30. Homeboy put me on. He's older. What I've been doing with my life. I have gotten huge into this game. This is the first turn-based game that I've put like any significant amount of hours in. I'm also 30. So you're among your people. I've been into build-crafty games forever, but I didn't think turn-based would be for me. I got into this game because I really enjoyed the previous Baldur's Gate games. Where Unk status, man, is true. Time's a fucking scam, but hey, we can still like new things.
The hag is dead, isn't she?
The Roikin? I don't want to give up Roland's mage armor as an option yet. I would kind of prefer to have Lightning Blast going for Orin. But I'm more likely to use that stuff on Gortash. So yeah, let's Hi Kevin, you are a cat. Good job catting. Let's go make our way to the Temple of Baal. I should probably get Bone Spike gloves now that I think about it. What if I just didn't? Surely that doesn't punish me in some significant way. Gotta play this again, only been through it once on release. Oh, they've added so much, Scott. And even if they hadn't, like, there's so much in this game.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a cabin near you.
There is a cabin. Come here. Look at this boy. He's the boy. I'm 46. This is the first fun turn-based game I ever got into after being heavily persuaded by a friend to give it a chance. I'm glad your friend talked you into it. Playing with a level and capper for my playthrough, builds get so incredibly goofy. Also, XP maxing in Act 3 is real and hilarious. Yeah, I have no real interest in going beyond level 12 because not only does, like, the build scene get kind of stupid, also, like, the lore of the game doesn't work anymore as soon as the cast gets access to 7th level spells. But, you know, that's a separate issue. As soon as you stop having to make choices between certain things, this game breaks wide open. Any game with a build crafting space does. And then, like, what are you doing? Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Hey, Grumpy, thank you for the 50 months. Good to see you. Hope you're well. First KOTOR was my first real RPG experience. I was hooked. Core memory for me is waking up early on weekends so I would have the area all to myself playing the original KOTOR on the original Xbox. Core memory. I would wake up at like 6 a.m. so I could just sit quietly in front of the Xbox and play it. It was what I looked forward to the entire school week. What's the most ridiculous level 13 multi-class you can think of there? The first thing my brain went to was Hunter with Action Surge. Like, Hunter with Whirlwind Attack and Volley plus Action Surge. That's the first place my brain went. But you could definitely make cases for a lot of other silly, really silly things. I hope when they remaster KOTOR, they make it turn-based like PG3 or full action RPG. I hope that KOTOR remake, remaster, whatever it is, I hope that actually still happens. It'd be a bummer if it didn't. I have one spell slot. Do I care? I'm an unholy assassin, so these guys will be chill.
Go ahead. Their blood is as...
Need my weapons sharp for other business. Like I said a few weeks ago, it's still happening. Fingers crossed. Right there, bro? Okay. Hey, Nico. There we go. Okay, door, can you... I could switch weapons, but at this point... about the principle of the thing. It's a run where I bought Shield of Devotion.
Better start a conversation.
Check out the stone.
Okay, bye. First thing I thought here was 11 rogue with access to action surge. Same vein as the Hunter one. Yeah. Like, you can look at various things that are, hey, 11 levels of this class plus any 2 level dip you like. Okay. Helldusk boots. Protection. Encumbered. Hold that. Haven't used Banshee in a while. Shadow Strike with Action Surge. Mm-hmm. That would be... You could have 9 levels of Monk with 2 different 2-level dips at that point. So that'd be like 9 Monk, 2 Spores, 2 Fighter. The reason why 9 levels of Monk matters is because that's where your martial arts die increases again. So your punches become a D8. Not only your punches, though, anything that's the game classifies as a monk weapon. Figuring out how I want to deal with the ballast group here. Give me a moment. Do I have Ice Storm anywhere? Should be Blight and Chain Lightning. I don't want to save Chain Lightning. Clip's okay. The reason for Shield of Devotion here is to get over the 100 HP threshold. Gives me a little bit more wiggle room. D8 hand crossbows, D8 daggers. Take a look. Thanks, man. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Big fan of 1-level wizard on a spellcaster, just so I can cast any spell I want on a sorcerer, warlock, or whatever. Yeah, that's something that would be easier to splash in with a cap increase as well. This is all reasons why I think it would not be. I think it's good that BG3 stops at level 12. Level cap increases almost never actually increase build diversity in games. They suppress it. But high level OP spells that break the lore.
That might be worth a look.
Probably Gale. Either Gale or Halson. What's Halson? Better longbow makes a little more sense.
The penitent looks at you silent. There's this.
I've used the level cap mod. The only argument I can make for unlocking level caps is if enemies grew progressively stronger with you like they do in Souls games. But, like, even that doesn't really do it, because look at the levels of a lot of the bosses you fight in this game. Sarabak, Raphael, Answer. They're all level 16. They're already 4 levels above what you can achieve. So, like, even if you have them continue to maintain that 4 level difference, what does that change? Their proficiency bonus will be 1 higher, I guess? How much does that matter? Especially when the player is getting their proficiency bonus to be higher, they have more spell slots. Level 13 Rogue gets another d6 on their sneak attack, if you were to pure class that. Remember, Swashbucklers can already do 288 bonus damage on 1 attack. So, at level 13, they would get an extra 48 on top of that. Hey, John O'Dallas, and correct me if I got your name wrong. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. And thank you for coming in, spurring some good discussion. We love to yap here. So, thank you for being part of that.
She's just a girl and
Is this a spellmite fight?
There you go, Quag.
Yeah, probably. Your monk would get D10 fists. That's vile. Curious about that corpse bleeding, opening the door. Is there a hint in the game helps figure this out? Maybe if you talk to the door. Sense Levin. I have not talked to that door in such a long time. I don't remember. I think the Baal amulet also gets you through here. There's also a lever here that you can most likely just flip through the door with an AoE the way I do a lot of other places in the game. Someone said give the D20 initiative mod to play the game like it's meant to be played. Have they played the game? No. Because playing the game like it's meant to be played... Okay, so the people who made the game, who made it D4, they didn't mean it? Is that what they're saying? Sure. That makes sense. Makes sense to me. get toxic with them, but I won't. That's an option. Yeah, I have more than 100 HP. As long as I don't take damage, I don't have to even rush. But I could also simply leave. Playing the game like it's meant to be played means just roll better regardless of the number on your dice. True. Reminds me, I hit Peak Gamer, outrolled the +11 Hyena. Legend. Question about Reverberation. It says that they're struck by thunder damage, possibly go prone if having it for 5 turns. That means I have to somehow keep the effect on the 5 whole turns. Normally enemies are dead by then. It means they need to have 5 stacks applied. The stacks decay 1 per turn, but it means 5 stacks. So if you're applying that through, let's say, the Boots of Stormy Clamor, this just means you need to do 3 separate applications. Which you could do in 1 turn. Or you could have multiple sources of reverb. You can run the Boots of Stormy Clamor, and I don't have the Gloves of Belligerent Skies on me. But if you had 2 sources, then you could do it that way. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you guys. I enjoy chatting about mechanics. It's my happy place. How toxic should I be? Very? Okay, let's be very toxic. Use this first. Oh, missed. Let's see. Yeah, no, he doesn't like void bulbs. That's interesting. Good to confirm that. Anyway. And you are undead, correct, sir? That's a fun click. Clear my bleeding. Spine Shredder Amulet might be good for the build trying to create. Yeah, Spine Shredder Amulet is really good when you're doing things like Scorching Ray and Eldritch Blast, where you can send multiple beams at one person, because then you could force them to have a ton of stacks of reverb applied, and even if they have good saving throws, it's likely for them to fall prone anyway, because of how many times they're having to save against it. After watching that Friday stream, mildly disappointed, quite amused, highly entertained with those interactions with the lenders. How's that? You're moving along here. Hey Grim, sorry to bully your creation like that. Bro got really big. I'm having fun doing the Feast of Sorrows shenanigans with electrified surfaces. That's cool. I'm looking forward to building into that the next session. Yeah. Hey, Brendan, how goes the Rage Manger? It's going pretty well. How are you? So yeah, being creative, like pushing Goblin, hitting the wall, applying that damage to the wall, making it collapse, adding extra damage to Goblin for more damage, made me start thinking creatively IRL. Yeah, this game gives you a lot of options for outside-the-box thinking. Part of what makes me fixated on it so much.
Chaos will be sown from their passage.
This stream's been my happy place all throughout my last few weeks of a stressful semester. I'm extremely grateful to you all. Oh, thank you, Atrix. So do reviving hands here. Still Hell Dusk. Still Persistence? Yeah. One more short rest pot. I don't need Rhapsody right now. Let's go back to Marco. I could just not fight Orin right now, but I'm gonna do it anyway, because I feel like it. Go here, 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 here. My spell damage go off intellect, since that's what I dip into second after one warlock level. So it depends on which spell you're using and where you got that spell. For example, Eldritch Blast by itself does not scale off of any spellcasting stat for its damage. Accuracy-wise, it'll scale off of the stat of whichever class you acquired the Eldritch Blast from. So if you got it from Warlock, it's always going to be Charisma, even if you add Wizard later. But if you got it from Spell Sniper on a Wizard level, it'll be Int, even if you get Warlock later. But Eldritch Blast doesn't scale damage off of casting stats. That comes from other features. Like if you take the Agonizing Blast Warlock Invocation, well then it scales off Charisma. But just the additional damage on top of what you get when you hit with the blast. If you put on Potent Robe, that goes off Charisma. If you take Empowered Evocation, then it gets Intelligence as well. What does it scale damage off of? Nothing. It's a D10 of damage. That's it. So, just like this. It's D10. You get an additional beam at level 5, and then another additional beam at level 10. That's how I can send out 3 of them at once. But you need to scale it with outside sources. So, something that I find people assume is that having a higher casting stat gives you some sort of blanket benefit, and it doesn't. It's case by case. Having a higher casting stat improves your spell save DC, so it improves the number that enemies roll against to resist your control effects. But unless that spell specifically mentions that it scales its damage off of your casting stat, it doesn't. So, yeah, Eldritch Blast builds, I'm going to continue to use this as an example, are popular. But you need to have the features or gear that scale it if you want it to do meaningful damage, because otherwise it'll be the same as everyone else's Eldritch Blast. So, Agonizing Blast on Warlock, that adds your Charisma modifier as the damage as bonus damage to each of the beams. So let's say you had 20 charisma. That's 5 damage on each beam. It's a pretty good return. You could equip the potent rope, get another 5 from your charisma on each beam. You could be an evocation wizard level 10 and have 20 intelligence, which is going to be 5 more on each beam. So just by having that 10-2 multi-class, having 20 in each of those stats, you've added 15 damage to each of the beams here, making Eldritch Blast quite chunky. But without those things, you're having to look at gear-specific things like Scarlet Remittance from Rhapsody, like Formless Slaughter from the Mutilated Carapace. Spellmite Gloves, yeah. Lightning Charges, Callous Glow. You're having to get damage from outside means. You're having to build craft. But what your spellcasting stat affects is this number here. Arcane Charge. You can see the breakdown. It's base 8, and then your casting stat. I only have 12 Charisma right now, so it's only +1. What is DC? Difficulty class. +4 from proficiency. Your proficiency bonus is determined by your level. So up through level 4, it's +2. Levels 5 through 8, it's +3. Levels 9 through 12, it's +4. And the +2 from high spell casting is from my gear. The +1 from arcane enchantment is also from my gear. So I'm not a believer in pumping your casting stats in most builds. The exception would be setups where you are getting a direct means of scaling your damage, such as all the stuff I mentioned. Empowered Evocation, Agonizing Blast, that kind of thing. Even on a spellcasting focus build, remember my Lightning Arrows, my Hails of Thorns, my Ensnaring Strike, those are coming off of my 8 Wisdom, and I don't care. Hex plus Eldritch Blast is a classic combo for a reason. Hex adding 3.5 average damage to each hit. Yeah, Hex is incredible. And Hex only continues to get better throughout the game once you add in things that hit even more times. Once you add in more damage sources as part of your attack each time. Hex is incredible. It only gets better.
Stoke the Baal amulet. Baal wants only blood.
Click the wrong option. I have Fallow, right? That was a wasted spell. No, Hex is cracked. Hex is so good that the final form of a lot of damage optimization questions is, okay, I figured that out, but how can I put Hex on it now? Like, it's that good. I didn't get the memo. The other way. Annoying, but I'll make that work.
Orin is wasteful in her slaughter. You would dare criticize the Lady of Murder in her ancestors' temple. And barely. I don't see the point. I see
Why have Haste Wars? Oh, can I make any? I've been very lazy with my consumables. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna go piss Girl before we fight Orin. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. How'd that work? Like affects their saving throws. Hex just affects their ability checks, so very limited things. Mostly used for the damage. Freeze plus Eldritch Blast is an interesting mood as well. Yeah, I like it. IMO Hex is worse for pure Warlock since you usually have other good stuff to concentrate on. Hunger of Hadar and similar CC spells, for example. But those aren't necessarily better, because Hunger of Hadar doesn't do good damage. It's just for area control. If your goal is to do more damage to a target, very few things, concentration-wise, are going to do that better than Hex. And sure, you could talk about other CC spells like Hold Monster, Hold Person, but what if you're applying paralytics through poisons, and you keep your concentration free? Like, Hex is damage. If you need something dead, name something more impactful on your bonus action for increasing damage. Very few things. Go Flesh Melter for funsies. Should go Infusion or Callous Glow. No, I'll just go Infusion over Ring of Protection. Let's go Protection for People and Good. Cast it from this amulet. Switch. Zoran got down there. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Let's go. Good day. Have a good one. Love it.
Perfectly hidden.
I get Fire Infusion off that. Nice. Hadn't even thought of that. Nice 0 damage, Orin. Did we? You suck. Orin has evasion. There's no real point in me playing to the Perure. type of weapon would I want? A Lightning Thunder Wizard, since I'm likely mostly just casting spells. Maybe the Great Water Staff, worth grabbing 1 fighter level to get Action Surge. Well, it'd be 2 fighter levels for that, and I encourage swapping your weapons situationally. You're never going to be on 1 weapon the whole playthrough. Oh, she's stunned. They said depends. Higher level Warlock has other uses for concentration, can be better in certain scenarios, while level 1 Warlock dip character might not. But even a higher level Warlock, if they want to increase their damage with their concentration, Hex does more than everything else. That's the part. If the goal is damage, Hex does that better. Unless the target's like necrotic immune. Here's why. Here's something that gets omitted from Hex conversations. It goes on any damage that happened as a result of an attack roll, and it goes on each individual instance. So this means this goes on unarmed attacks, this goes on weapon attacks, this goes on spell attacks, but this also goes on retaliation effects. So, for example, if you have Armor of Agathis, if you have Fire Shield, if you have Flesh Melter Cloak, if you have Bone Spike Garb equipped, hey Mark, if you have all of those, Hex will apply to each of those retaliation effects individually. So it's not 1d6, it's 1d6 times 4. But let's say you got crit, so your retaliation effects are critting in return. Well, Hex is 2d6 on each of those instances there. Let's say you made the target vulnerable to necrotic damage, which you could make a target vulnerable to all damage with Contagion. This is a build that I've done. I made Orin one-shot herself with this exact tech, and Hex was involved. Well, then they'd be taking 2d6 times 4 times 2. So Hex is suddenly, by itself, contributing 3 figures of damage at the cost of a first level spell slot. And even if you're giving up one of your 5th level Warlock spell slots, I think that's a framing issue, because all of your Warlock spell slots are the same level. So it's a valuation of, okay, which spells can add 100 plus damage on my concentration, on my bonus action. And there is not one that does that better than Hex. I know it feels like you're missing out by concentrating on Hex, and situationally that can absolutely be true. But once again, if the goal is increasing your damage, Hex is better. So we've arrived at the hardest fight in the game, yeah, something like that. I got stupid here. That's cool. How many stacks? 2. I'll be Terrazul Lethargic next turn. Do I care? Not really. When Lightning Arrow would go hard here. He's still burning. I don't really want to ruin that yet. I won't realistically be able to hit her with other lightning spells starting from next turn. Full switch to Duel's Prerogative is interesting. I'm just trying to style. I'm not at all worried about what she's gonna do here. Result do I have? But anyway. lightning burst on that tick on her. It's nice. All monstrosity slaying, right? Dead. Good job, Morin. She rolled a 10 and a 20. Proud of her. Reset her ability drain, but it's funny. I'll be lethargic. I don't have to care. She got me with contagion poison. Multi-attack defense is nice here. Don't want to get a disease. We'll do that. Could go for Perure, but she has evasion, so... I'm still on Bloodlust, right? Bludgeoning Vuln. Extended Bloodlust. Extended spell Arms of Hadar. Just in case that landed on Orin. Is it rude to play with my food? Yeah. But I'm having fun. You're not inoculated anymore. It's good for you. It's good for me. And that's GG. Living in an alternate universe, never seen those skeletons before. It's a thing Orin can do in the non-dirge fight.
The Slayer's form is drained of life. Ashes to ashes, blood to blood, you have robbed another god of his chosen. A glint of light on something.
Scared for a second there? Why?
Seek him.
Yeah. Mutilated Carapace here is one of the most underappreciated items in the game. I don't know why, but a large chunk of the player base has convinced itself that this item isn't good. Let's read it together. Let's read the first effect. The first one card. Formless Slaughter. You gain a +1 to attack and damage rolls while shapeshifting or disguised. Okay, I stopped reading. It's one of the most powerful items in the game. Now, how people don't see that, I don't get, but let's talk about the impact of +1 damage. Look at ability scores here. For every 2 in your ability score, you get +1 for associated benefits. So, +1 to hit, +1 damage when swinging a melee weapon, for example. So, Formless Slaughter here is giving you the benefit of +1 in all of your attacking stats at once, but this is also affecting damage rolls on... Alright, I'm highlighting the wrong thing. This is affecting damage rolls on other things that you cannot affect that way. So, easy example, Magic Missile. That's +1 damage on each missile. Name me another item in the chest slot that does that. Can't, because there isn't one. It applies to poison ticks. It applies to burning ticks. Applies to fucking everything. +1 damage on everything you do. This works for wild shape builds. This works for on foot builds. It's crazy. It is really, really good. Use it more.
Better take a look.
How does it compare to Potent Robe on a Warlock or Sorcerer? Depends on what your charisma is. And also, keep in mind Potent Robe is on cantrips. Formless Slaughter, for Mutilated Carapace, is on everything. So if you're a Fiend Warlock clicking a Scorching Ray, well, Potent Robe doesn't help you there. And Mutilated Carapace does.
Worth a rummage?
Starry Form count on shapeshifting? It does. Allison's safe thanks to our skeletal friend, no doubt. God damn it. Hey, Struggle Bus, looking forward to playing BL4? No, I'm not playing it. I have no interest. But I hope it's fun for you. How's this run going? It's going well, Alfredo GG. We just beat Orin. If you get a build, any chance next run to be built around Salami's main hand weapon? No, because that wouldn't be interesting. If you would like a Salami build, pause. Equip Salami on build that swings melee weapon. There's your Salami build. It doesn't do anything special. It doesn't have any substantial downsides. It's just a club. That's it. Use Shillelagh if you want to, but use build that swing weapon, Salami good. Hey Tweedledope, lost your onward run yesterday? Oh, sorry to hear. Guess the mod added a Lithid. Struggling what to try next, toss me your concepts. Is there a class you haven't played?
Let's see what's to be said.
Anyway, take your pick.
I could use more crawling mucus. So, for damage, I'm looking at either Mutilated Carapace or Ballast Armor, depending on what I'm doing offensively at the time. Let's go give the book to Gale, free up some carry weight. Oath of the Cold Cut.
The annal, if the crown atop the... And this is no mere journal. If we can collect the crown's I promise you, the gods will never... Mistra wanted the brain of... Long road lies ahead before the crown comes into our possession. Perhaps I got carried away with the thought this crown... adept.
Oh, mister.
I hear. What? She bids you come to her. If.
It's obvious when you stop. What? This is a conversation that's long. How can I help? Of course.
Normally pick Ray of Frost, my damage cantrip. Guessing it's worth trying Shock and Grasp since using Reverberation build. Why not both? They're different tools for different situations. Elminster got a reduction, good for him. Yeah, at his age, his back couldn't handle it anymore.
There she stands, just as Elminster.
The old man.
Gale.
The time was, I'd have given my. I always wonder what being nervous would feel like. Alas, I'll wait.
Boo, Mistra. Boo.
So be it.
As it, I knew the orb was no orb, but it sounds like the door to redemption. If I...
Offhand Crimson Mischief could be something here. I don't hate it. Like, main hand Spear of Evening, offhand Crimson Mischief kind of sounds like it goes hard as fuck, actually. Yeah, I'll keep it on me. I have the option of using Bloodthirst to apply Piercing Vuln now, too. Put away Morning Frost, I think. Okay, so what's left? I mean, I could go beat the game pretty shortly if I really wanted to. You can go fight some Githyanki. I could teach them about Perure. Morty Bolt Gort plans. I should have practiced actually doing the horny boss. How would I best go about that? Would that be wiping out all the Bay Knights first, so that I have a clear path to get the dino over there? Extended spell, Dominate Beast, get it there in 20 turns. You can yank this. Oh. Why am I here? I came to this map for something. Do not remember what. Free clear all the Bay Knights. I'd practice doing the horny, but I heard you can go blind. So that means if you're the Chosen of Shar, you just not a downside anymore. If you're holding your spear. Just asking for a friend.
Short father.
They nerfed how long it'll be.
You are not wearing armor.
I have 2 minutes with Extended Dominate Beast.
Now you've just sampled some of Baldur's Gate's finest incense. Delicious, eh?
What happens if the domination breaks? Like, I don't have the means to reapply it. I guess I would have to kill him on the spot and keep the corpse there. Which would mean no resting. Am I right in thinking that mask is extremely good? What, Horns of the Berserker? Yes. Horns of the Berserker is awesome. Super duper strong.
What can I do for you?
Breaks outside of combat, just disappears. Have to attack at that point.
Yes, darling, it's very leather-like.
So +2 to attack rolls started salivating. Not only that, the way it applies its that bonus necrotic damage, it applies to a lot of stuff. It'll apply to individual instances on attacks. It'll also apply to retaliation effects, also individually. So you can get a lot more than 2 damage out of it on one hit, is the takeaway there. Magic Missile's happy. Not Magic Missile, because Magic Missile's not an attack roll, but think of other things that are multiple hits, like special arrows, for example. But most notably, if you were to do something like Greater Flesh Gloves, swing a melee weapon, crit, boom. If you were to do retaliation stuff and someone hits you, triggers Flesh Melter Cloak, goes on that. I spoke to Mizora, right? Yeah, looks like I did. So Flora can equip certain gear while she's following you. I know she can equip weapons. Can she equip other things? Specifically rings and cloaks. Anybody know?
You have the Netherstones. They resonate with my own. I commend you for putting an end to Orin's madness. She must be screaming bloody murder in the hells even now. My involvement with Orin was never a true alliance. A mad dog.
Why does he look better?
Of the leash on the hand of its master, but it cannot be.
That Flavortown Gortash, you're goddamn right it is.
Can be my equal. We will raise a black keep in Baldur's
Like,
Gate.
why does he look better?
Then we will conquer the Sword Coast and unite all its peoples under our rule. But first, the brain awakens. We must act now. Faithful, come forward.
The hair makes more sense dyed blonde.
Hand me the Netherstones and we will.
Hi, I'm
rule
Gort
as
Fieri, and we're rolling on out the dice rolls, dirges, and death saves.
I'm not here for games. Hand me the stones, or face the black hand of Lord Bane. As they should. I was merely testing you. This should be an alliance of peers. You've got a backbone, and the makings of a leader. The Dark Lord Bane blesses our alliance. Our time is short.
Archduke of
The Elder Bane
Flavor
is
Town.
held beneath the city. We must go to it if we're to control it. There is a vessel to the Morphic pool
I
where the
just-
rain feeds. I will wait for you at the pool. With the nether stones.
Why are
in hand,
Gortash
Bane
mods
can't
so
resist
good?
us. We will be absolute, with an infected army at our beck and call. First we take Baldur's Gate, then Faerun.
What baked goods do you think he is stashing those cargo pockets? I feel like the thing that he has the Baneites do that nobody talks about. Not enough people talk about this, but this is true. I heard it on a podcast. He was making the poor Gondians work on sourdough starters while they were working on the Steel Watchers. And like that's too far, man. Handsome young man. Yeah, yeah.
You're going to hire all the refugees. How many refugees? Just like that.
A handful.
What am I doing now? What fight was I considering? Oh, get Yankee. Yeah. Sounds like something I would do. Probably means I should put away Pistone.
Your tum-tum. Yes! I has lots of stuffs. Just
Afford that.
for you.
Cool. I should do this fight so I can buy a short rest potion from Lucretius. Get saturation.
Maybe we should go.
Unseen as I was taught.
Okay, I want to go for Twin Hail of Thorns here. I think I actually do this. We're gonna go for Hexblade's Curse. And the next turn, we're gonna go for Hexblade's Curse, and we're gonna get our lightning charges up. And then... not Hexblade's Curse. Because I need to get saturation going.
Praise the absolute.
Check this out. Think they're okay? Been 30 freaking minutes still on wizard level 1 reading, trying to build craft some shit. I spend so much time staring at skill pages. Like, yeah, you could really go down a rabbit hole. think you're all correct here. Seems like it. Good enough anyway. Up to 7 lightning charges currently. And the fists are mad at me.
Here comes the punchline.
Sleeping attack, and you weren't even you weren't even in range. Let's take a look at that. So 42, 26, 26. All on poor Bitey Buddy there. And then on Dribbles, 36, 42. There's Craterous Wounds. Didn't have Dollar Amaris on. Could have brought that higher. That's okay. Colossus Slayer there too. More Craterous Wounds. Hit myself a little bit, but not for much. Decided that I'm just bad at video games. Alternatively, maybe I should change my approach to single-player games. Hey, knowing to change your approach when something isn't working is it's a pretty good skill set to have. Doesn't mean you're bad. I'd say that means the opposite. Not concerned with these three, am I? Very. Change my armor out. I think I missed a message. Hey, Safily. Started mapping my first solo run with the Star and maybe Karlach. How does the Cazador fight go if you're solo? You need to pass a DC 10 Constitution check. It's not DC 18 last I checked, it's DC 10. That's higher, sorry, my bad. No, you're okay. You're okay. It's good to prepare as if it's DC 18. But yeah, go into that with 4 inspos, good constitution, Amulet of Greater Health, Resonant Stone, that kind of stuff helps. And if you want to ascend, you either need to pass an intelligence check or you need to bring in a companion. Any bugbears in the game with extra attack not named Lantarv? Not this guy. Not the one in the goblin camp. Not the assassin. No, I don't think so. Hobgoblins have, like, a similar passive, but they're not bugbears. He said damage for spells doesn't scale off spell ability points unless specified in text, just the likelihood for the spell being successful. Also the same for spell save DC. So the likelihood of the spell being successful, that is spell save DC. So your spell save DC is the number that enemies have to clear with their saving throw to be unaffected or reduce the effects, depending on what the spell is. Your spellcasting stat affects the accuracy of the spells that are attack rolls. And it affects the number that enemies have to roll to succeed against your saving throw based spells. Wish these boots would stop prompting me on everything. That would be mean. It can also be funny. Well, I'm the hero. I want a Perure. It's not a good time to Perure. Switching to Shadowblade and doing Psychic Conjure Barrage makes some sense. But I'm not really pressed about it. Hey, Ansel. Good crit. Since you ask, how is Perure? Asking the real questions here, I think. So what if... Alright. What then?
Another doppelganger. At least we didn't kill a real clown in front of an audience.
I'll see what I can learn.
I thought the Absolute wouldn't dare set foot in my circus. To use such a woeful dribbles impersonator, why, it's downright rude.
Keep Disintegrate from memes, I guess.
But I need him back. Good luck.
Hey Jesse, how are you? Mage Armor says it increases armor class 13 plus Dex mod. Can you explain what Dex mod is? Sure. See where it says Dexterity? I have 18 Dexterity. See how it says +4 here? That's my Dex mod. So for every 2 above 10, your modifier goes up by 1. For every 2 below 10, it goes down by 1. So consider 10 the baseline for, like, most things. Ability scores and armor class, at the very least. Oh, we haven't done the cockfight yet, have we? We could do Big Hail of Thorns over there.
Got camp bits and bobs from Dandelions Dancing Axe.
We need to get more sorcery points now, though. Be like that, I think. Could go Mutilated Carapace for a little more damage. Yeah, let's do it. Gonna need to die it though. What if I'm better off just using a shield since Gale's a human? Yeah, between shields and medium armor, they provide you some of the most important defensive features in the game. One of the biggest things is this attackers can't land critical hits on the wearer. Super important feature. And of all the gear in the game that gives it, your options are a craftable shield in Act 1, 2 craftable heavy armors in Act 1, but there's only enough materials to do 2 crafts total. So keep that in mind. There's a helmet that's heavy armor in Act 1, and then you have a cloth hat and a medium armor helmet in Act 3. Playing a Shadowheart? Yes. So, notably, Gale already has proficiency with shields by being a human. So if you were to craft that adamantine shield, well, that covers his critical hit immunity for the entire game. Doesn't need to worry about it. And that feature is so important that for most casters that I run that don't have good proficiencies already, so that would be wizards, that would be sorcerers, that would be some flavors of warlock. I really prioritize playing either a human, a half-elf, a Githyanki, or a shield dwarf, because the thing that all of those have in common is they gain a gear proficiency that allows for that critical hit immunity that wizards normally lack the proficiency for. Do I not have any dice? Do I need to go to Figaro? How's this look? Yeah, it's different. Hey, Manatee. acceptable.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Get back here, Shocker. FL Caster, yeah. How you doing, Subla? How's the run going? Sorry for Magnerts, what is this Shocker reference? It's from Spider-Man, the animated series. The 1990s one. It's a really funny scene because for no reason, bro just starts overacting. Like, Shocker's just doing standard, you know, cartoon villain shit, nothing crazy. But Spidey goes from 0 to 100 just like, I'm gonna murder this guy. And it's really funny. Because obviously, he's quite emotional about it. Yeah, he's in the black suit at the time. But it's also just, alright, calm down, man. It's just Shocker. Like, 5 to 5 jobs today, think I deserve a break? Yes. Absolutely. Okay.
Got to keep moving.
Wasn't me, it was Alfira.
Looks like a trap there.
Damn, he took a lot of damage.
Curious. Last time I saw that ship, it was docked at Moonrise Towers. Those two are about to come to blows. No need to get involved.
Yeah, I don't care. Blood for countermail. It's a good weapon. I like it. Ever seen you use a legendary bow? Are there any in the game you enjoy? I mean, there's only one in the game, so... Yeah. That one. I'd only found one, not that it was the only one. Wonder how they came up with the split of legendary gear. Here's a follow-up question. Why does it matter? Who cares what color the item card is? I care what the item does. There's only one legendary bow, yet bows are the most powerful weapon category in the game. So who cares how many legendaries there are? Right over there. Titan String Bow's Far Spirit or any other bow, it's not legendary. There's situations where Titan String does not win out over other bows, but for most conventional use cases it does. And yeah, it's a blue that you get very early in the game. Think they got the point of Ferrure? Maybe they did. It's hard to be sure. But you want to know another good bow? This makeshift bow right here, this non-magical, this just common rarity bow, is in the top 3 to 4 for raw damage output among bows. So. What can I do to style on you? Ask how you get it. It's on the Animate Dead skeleton, so you just need to get it from that. There's multiple ways of going about that. But you need to acquire it from an Animate Dead skeleton. Like that.
Might be useful.
And giant barb makeshift bow, just throw that thing around. I like it.
Might find something useful.
Let's go. Hello. Yes, you've been pet. Can I go back to my day? Thank you. What's that link, Zenu? Also, hi. Cat. I'm not food.
Better get to it.
I should start clearing out Bay Knights, huh? Gonna need better initiative for that, though. What? I don't need to be shifting anymore. They're immune to Frighten. I don't gain too much by using that. Use Darkfire Shortbow. This rest I have. Still rock with that. Let's do Spell Might.
Let's rehearse this one more time. Pretend I
This is a Shard Alfira crossover event. Nothing like that. I just picked a disguise. I don't know why I'm collecting tadpoles. I just kind of feel like it. Oh yeah, still got the Steel Watchers here. Yeah, I'm not dealing with them right now. But I didn't need the peg.
better. I almost believed you this time.
Anything else I want to do before I do the first rest of the act? Oh, I haven't been to the House of Hope yet. Guess I could do that. It's nice not using, Amulet of Greater Health. I guess I could do House of Hope for Elemental Torment. That could be fun. A lot of dead people? Yeah, wait till you find out that Gortash is a bad guy.
These wretches have nowhere to call home, nothing to live off but what they carry, and nobody to help them but themselves. And me, of course.
You like Dwarven Thrower. Do like Robe of Supreme Defenses.
Return to your homes.
Alas, you can't eat.
Next thing you're trying to tell me is the Emperor is a gaslighting sack of shit. That'd be crazy. Excuse me. Apologies. Right, you sound insane.
Welcome. You see to peruse the special goods, I take it.
Good type, thank you. Alright, what do I not need from over here? I could sell Isabel's robe. Actually, Rippling Force Mail kind of makes sense for some Hail of Thorns stuff. I know that's cope. I don't care.
Welcome. You see to peruse the special goods, I take it.
And don't give a rat's ass about honest.
I know what I'll do. I'll do my nails. Can you do mine next? It's obviously of many colors. Let's fucking go. I think having your nails did looks good on everybody. I don't think it should be a gendered thing.
Hello again. Looking for some... Would I try to fool a sharpie like you?
How much money you got, kid?
Have a look.
Not that much. I do need more elixirs, though. Looks like I'll have to sell some to extra cap. That's fine. I think people should do their own bodies and makes them happy, and others should mind their business. True. I'd do my nails more if it wasn't impractical for volleyball and cooking to some extent. I can't even keep up with like skincare, so I realistically would not be able to keep up with, you know, maintaining nails. But in a world with unlimited resources and stuff, yeah, I'd probably keep up with that.
You look like you know. Oh, yay!
Yeah, I never bought Sledboard. That's stupid. Am I stupid? Yes. I need about 500 gold more. Cucumbered? Why? Shield. So that is all. Should keep Absolute's Protector. Dancer makes sense. I suppose I haven't needed Fleet Fingers in a while. Sonic Revenge. I'm not really going to do the Pyro Quickness thing, even though I want to. Figure out another build for that. Hey Andy, hope today's going well. How's the Mage Ranger? It's good. It's good.
What do you need?
Pulling off some very satisfying damage numbers. I'm trying not to phone in the rest of this run, because like I'm very excited for what I want to do for the next run, but I don't want to phone in the rest of this one. So that's kind of part of the struggle for me right now.
Short.
You got cooking next. It's pretty saucy. I mean, I don't mind talking about it. 2 levels of Moon Druid. Just 2. In theory, you don't have to be Moon Druid for that either. It's just I specifically want to be able to Wild Shape on a bonus action. No longer cucumbered. Level 2 run? Other class fill is needed? No. I specifically want 2 levels of Moon Druid. Because I want access to Wolf Wild Shape. Dire Wolf Wild Shape has a once per short rest attack called Exposing Bite. When you land Exposing Bite, the next attack roll that's queued up against that target inside of melee range automatically crits. There's nothing stopping you from Wild Shaping into a wolf, Exposing Bite, dropping your Wild Shape, which is a free action, and then critting with whatever attack you want. It could be, for example, a 6th level Scorching Ray, and they would all crit. It could be whatever you want. About inflict wounds, set attack roll. Sure can. That is an application of that tech you could have online at level 3. I'm thinking about 3 boss fights at once. Big lady. Okay, let's have Minthara use the Astral Tadpole so I get more tadpoles.
I could not have faced her. But we could. You wish to consult me? Good. You wish to consult me? Its influence. Yes.
Like it will.
Go on.
Of the time you've.
No time to dally.
I don't
You
need
wish
those
to consult
tadpoles.
me? A mistake. When you
Need to keep going.
Playing around with testing something we were talking about a while back. It's interesting. Dungeon locking. Yeah, I like that idea. Where to next? Could probably get some good Perure against like Mystic Carrion or something. That could be some fun. Like if I make him perma-hostile, open with Create Water for surprise round, I could then throw him to get him to go prone. No, that doesn't really work favorably after patch 7. I'd want to get him to go prone. Or stun him. Because I don't want him to be able to do his legendary action if I go that way. Maybe I don't even bother with Mystic Carrion. It's kind of a hassle. I got a long rest now. Yeet the immortal zombie. Yeah. Okay, I'll sign. Just to protect you, chat. Yep, testes, Missouri.
Come, sisters, be my testament. No tomb sit in Beator.
Alright, hear me out, though.
No tomb sit in Beator.
Like, I don't think she's that evil, because, like, you can see. Marco Bussy kind of destroys Carrion. Who's Marco? You gonna introduce me?
Your contract with an option nay bloody side choose.
Nah, get out of the pact.
Not
What does Halson want to talk to me? Gross.
I'd better do the talking.
That's strange.
Wish there was an option to let Will choose here. Me too.
Never hear.
Thought he was storing the testes. Yeah, it's different compartment. Different compartment.
Knowing it'll never command me to bow against my will.
It's like nature's purse.
I'm free from him. Forever. Invigorating.
Alright, this dialogue's the same.
Back up, but you saw something in me. You saved me back there.
And no, I didn't. I wasn't even there, man.
This is a gift.
Good emissary. Thank you for the raid.
Thank you.
How was the rest of the stream?
won't
Oh, how'd Grim go?
I hope you're here to discuss that contract you just...
Yeah, Gale.
I never knew freedom could taste so bittersweet. But the Raven Guard name now lives.
Well, I trust your leadership and respect your decisions.
Yeah, sure, Halson. I didn't ask, though. Hey, dude, Milak.
doom.
Stare up at the
Oh, yeah.
statue of Seluna. Her placid
Hey, this is
stony
higher priority
face
than the
was
squid?
once that of the
Nice.
enemy, but no longer. Now you see a benevolent
Hope you saw my
stranger,
reunion party
an
antics.
unasked for
I didn't click on it, but
and a
I
guiding
can
light
guess.
for your parents.
I do mustard.
Parents.
Grim died, Karnas took us out. We took him out as well. Got a bunch of new knowledge restarting soon. Oh, the mutual kill on Karnas. Damn. Hey, congrats on the Grim kill though. That's super impressive.
Same. Shame, joy, regret, relief, and a host of other emotions jostle for your attention. It's too much.
Hey, J-Charm. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Not feeling so great today, but stream's been good. The vibes are immaculate. Having fun with the run. There's also Big Lady. Oh, right. I did this in this camp, so Shard's parents didn't show up to talk. Whoops. Yeah, the cutscene just kind of doesn't work in this camp. I did save them. They're just, not here. Alright, what do I need in this map? Nothing with their parents? Uh-huh. If you have that long rest event trigger in the other map. It's quite apparent, somewhat buggy. Consistent bangers, man, never change. Never beat what happens to do the Astarian scene here and get shoved through a 10. That is pretty funny. I could use more many target arrows. I shouldn't need monstrosity slaying anymore. I will take Fiend and Construct though. Undead I guess I still have some uses for. I'm out of smoke powder arrows. That seems ill-advised.
Short fat.
Rant? Ooh, what am I ranting about? Ultimate Ninja Batman. I can speak.
Hello again, sir. What can I do for you?
I should buy some tongue. I deserve a treat. Do need to finish looting the bank, I suppose. I didn't think this far ahead. Well, you got time. Think about it. Get back to me. I need to buy a short rest potion from Lucretius. Then we need to get our sorcery points in order. Something I should probably do after I Drake Throat every weapon I'm likely to use. So I should get House of Hope access before setting up my sorcery points.
Yes! I has lots of stuffs just for you.
I was lying when I said I'd keep Disintegrate. That was a test. You all passed. I'm proud of you. Rant about why the Emperor is evil. Lying is bad. Manipulation, gaslighting, even if it's for what you have convinced yourself is for the greater good, you're still being an asshole. Also, remember the circumstances behind Gortash and the Emperor first coming in conflict is Gortash swooped in and stole the Emperor's slave trading operation. So So even outside of the, you know, turning Stelmane's brain to soup, hunting down and eating people in the streets of the city, which I get it. There's a limit to ethical consumption when you're a Mind Flayer. I get it. But even outside of those things, and then the events of the plot of the game, there's the whole, you know, the Emperor is a slaver. So a common deflection people will go to is, well, Orpheus and the Gith are bad too, and it's like, sure, yeah, I'll subscribe to that. That doesn't mean the Emperor is good. It's very straightforward. Possible for both to be true, yeah. Wish it was a melon protecting us instead or something. Yeah, me too. Still cannot believe their Epi did nothing wrong stands out there. Like, I know some just need to know about. Well, I mean, it's a pretty good case study for how narcissistic manipulators with even an ounce of charisma can get people to do all sorts of crazy shit for them.
You, the god's damn disease of the gate. Late how he... First I finish you, then I finish the Duke's traitorous son!
Can we not do this?
He knew that to protect the...
Yeah, sure, man.
Follow its path to the worm.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Legend of Armsaw. An epic poem from the looks of it.
Where am I going? House folk. Orpheus and the Gith aren't great. They're also a product of what Blacketh has done to the Gith people. That too, but even remove that. Even remove the context of, you know, millennia of oppression at the hands of the Illithid Empire, and then also Blacketh, and remove all of that. Gith are base pirates, space pirate frogs that are very murdery and pillagey and all that. Sure. The Emperor is a slaver. We could just agree that they all suck. And then we can look a little closer in the context of the story of Baldur's Gate 3, and when we have to choose who to align with, we can see who is going to do the most good in the short term. And the Gith are at least going to go out and fight against Blacketh. They're going to go out and fight against the Grand Design. What is the Emperor going to do? Probably start up a slave trading ring again and start eating people somewhere. Nothing good. Love when random fists show up and ask me to fight a big stupid dragon. Love how many scenes are now just Willem Dafoe looking up that JPEG. Where you find out the Emperor's a slaver? Books. In the hideout.
Infernal, no doubt about it. This curio shop isn't what it appears to be. What was she trying to summon?
You can look into the operations for his organization. It was like crime assorted, you know? Smuggling, assassinations, slave trading. Think the Zentarim. I'll say something super snarky about the Emperor of the Sunshine State. I get the vibe. I see the parallel.
I welcome thee. Well, well. It's been a while since
It's
I've
been a
had
while.
such discerning custom. Here, you may browse my more curated selection. Now you...
Books in the Hideout dialogue, you don't believe him several times. Extra dirge dialogue with Gortash, there's a lot out there to dig into. Pretty good video breakdown to YouTube on Why the Emperor is Evil. Feel free to link that if you happen to have that available. I believe you, just for discussion's sake. I've been getting that backwards lately. Wire crossed in my brain. Emperor gives me Hermes Mora vibes, just ultra pragmatism to the point of utter cruelty. If you think the Emperor is a pragmatist, you are giving him too much credit. Because the Emperor withholds information that would make it more easily, like, able to achieve its goals, because the Emperor is a pathological liar who is just, I don't know, extremely myopic in everything it does.
Signing the devil's contract was an impulsive error. Do not seek to correct one mistake with another.
Okay, let's go here. 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 I don't think Hermes Mora would be so easy to betray. Probably not. I've let the Emperor live in a long time. What happens if you side with him? Does he betray you? It depends on what dialogue you picked. If you talked him into, like, wanting to dominate the brain, he will dominate the brain. And you.
Full inside.
As the figure flickers and starts to dim from view, but you sense she could be the figure.
I can't. I gotta. I'm not. I hear the jailer. It hears me. But yes.
You hear.
Now whisper your questions, little wretch, but really quiet and very clever. Concentrate. Remember, quiet. But I like you. Can you see if...
But the rat.
Big lady has this shit on. Why is Hope so adorable? They did a great job with that character. Random Carlac lore question came up 3 a.m. last night. I couldn't sleep. Issues essentially that engine's running too hot, right? Would you stick her at a power plant cooler with water, use the steam for electricity, water would cool her down and stay out of the house. We solve fossil fuels. I mean, I think the implication is that it is an otherworldly level of heat. It is simply not... You are not able to handle it with any conventional means beyond a level of magic that's not available to the cast during the events of the game. There's definitely solutions other than going to Avernus, but in terms of what they have available at their levels, on their time frame, that's what they got. So if we're trying, yeah, it might work.
Infernal gem seething in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
Oh, we found it? Nice.
Better take that.
So I mentioned this item earlier in the stream, the Helldusk Helmet. This is the only non-armor critical hit immunity item in the game. So, if you are a Blade Singer, for example, if you are keeping your gear blades on compatible, you are only immune to crits once you get this. So obviously, not much of the game left to use it on. But there you go. I like painful striking, but no place I'll hold them for a bit. Guess it makes sense to get both items here. I'll get the amulet now.
Oh no. They hear me. Speak quickly, speak softly. You know how this goes.
You hope.
Raphael hears everything you say. Most irregular. The schedule.
Rolling bad on checks left and right.
Yes. No visitors expected, other than Carilla Hearthflame and Verilius Receptor. As always, the archive is as is the rest.
Always read the fine print.
I am to speak.
I not have darkness arrows? Did I forget to... No, I didn't. I'm not particularly pressed if I fuck this up somehow. But it's very hard to fuck up. Does the half-orc savage crit add only an extra die to the weapon damage, or to every damage with a die? Every damage with a die if the melee had triggered it, yeah. So it's great for retaliation, it's great for any melee DRS stuff. But it is looking for a full damage instance. It doesn't go on all dice roll, just all instances.
Perfect. That's curious.
Okay. Did I not remember to bring Drake Throatleaf? Am I stupid? Circus says yes.
Anything you want to say? Don't.
At the Arcane Tower, remember you saying there's an exploration spot on top of the tower? It's the front of the tower, but you can get it by being on the top of the tower. So if you're trying to avoid it, go into the tower from the back, so like go around, follow the mushrooms, you know, do the jump across thing, go up through the bottom of the tower, and then just don't go like past where the Hill Giant stool is, I guess is the way of explaining that. Otherwise, I'll hold that for a bit. Also hold that. That. Too. Alright, weapon-wise, what am I buffing up here? There's a case for Morning Frost, but meh. I really like Crimson Mischief. Try to carry it around. Gotta make room, but doubt I'll use Duel's Prerogative this run. We're going for Spear of Evening, Marco Heshkir, Rhapsody, do Shadowblade too. I forgot to try to eat the Hex Salami. Whoops. I'll have to do that next rest. It's your Man of Culture. You challenge an idea to beat the game as Will Ravengard with the grieving condition. I don't know what you mean by that. Do Titan String, Gaunter Mail, both hand crossbows, Hellrider. We'll do all the bows. Reason not to. Will sees Duke's body, he gets the grieving condition till the next long rest. Is that really a thing? And if so, what does it do? That didn't happen in the Will run I did where I killed the guy. So it must be a companion Will thing. Advantage on attack rolls. Disadvantage on ability checks. Oh, so it's a buff. That's cool. Trying to think about what I want to do to answer. I feel like the eye bite method could be funny. Because I have Colossus Slayer, and I have Meta Magic, so I could do extended eye bite and get 20 turns out of it. I'm just gonna buff up a small armory here. Should be good. Realistically, won't use the other things. Alright, we'll go lightning all the way here. Or lightning or cold. I could make a case for acid. Not a fantastic case though. I like cold because I could do snowburst ring stuff.
It shall be done. What do we have here?
Fucked up, you can traumatize Will, get a buff for it. It's far from the only case. Dooming Astarion to never recover from his trauma gives him a pretty significant buff. Straight up murdering Karlach gives you a good buff. Having Shadowheart drink her cult Kool-Aid gets her some really good gear. It's kind of a theme. Having Astarion or Minsk relive a trauma specific to each of them for the Astral Tadpole is doing that to them for a buff. Having Astarion bite Araj for the strength potion is a buff. It's very common, the more I think about it. assume you can't put multiple on a weapon. Excuse me. I don't think so. I see a fake. So this is an interesting example of something I've seen called cheese. And I don't really understand why. I mean, beyond people labeling anything that they didn't personally think of as cheese. It's like, they specifically have this bath here for you to use, that you don't have to go out of your way to do anything weird gameplay-wise to just keep access to. And like, in honor mode, they restrict things of this nature. For example, the rest pod in the Mind Flayer colony, that's one-time use in honor mode. And then the one... There's two others. Excuse me. Throughout the game that are just deleted from the game entirely. Excuse me. Need to brush Kevin. I think I'm inhaling cat dander. Fans kicking it up. Use that bath at every available opportunity, not feel bad about it. There's no reason for you to feel bad about it. Like, they put it here to be used. People who say using a bath as cheese is just gourd in disguise. And people who say using a bath gets rid of your cheese, so they don't want to. That's Halcyon. Is a Vellum approval worth the 400 gold investment? Generally, no. His gear is super cheap already. But if you were to spend enough money over a long enough period of time, yes. But generally, no. Meh. I think I'd rather run Devout for now, honestly.
Why are you here? You will.
One question, female Duergar are still small because mine's medium. Nope, they changed that in patch 8. Apparently female Duergar being small was a bug. They were getting halfling size. So they changed it. All Duergar are now medium. Eldest close for spell save DC is cool. We'll go with that. Go makeshift for a little bit. Need a juicy Halo Thorns target. Talking. I have some ideas. Let's get the sorcery points going. Is the Gordtown mod loaded? Yeah. So because of how this sorcery point sorcery works, we won't be really using the bath much. Because it would reset all the work we're putting in here. Do I have mats for more cultivations? Oh, that's fine. I'm on first level right now. Go to second, first, back to second. Remember, it didn't reset sorcery points, you could just make them forever. Bath clear elixirs as well? Nope. No, I don't have many short rest potions, I have 2. So I'll have to try to be efficient with this cycle. Like, I'm gonna use Pearl of Power here. Restore 2 first level spell slots. So it restores Warlock and non-Warlock spell slots independently. I don't know why it's doubled up, but yeah, Clementine. now we do this. This will restore all the first and second level spell slots that I made in that process, including the temporary one I have from my elixir that I currently have active. So I have 6 first level and 15 second level. Or to repeat this process again, converting, or sorry, I have 7 first level. Forgot my warlock slot. We're gonna convert all of those back to sorcery points, and then back into spell slots until we run out of points again. Then we use our final short rest potion, and then we'll be good. Because the idea here is to have enough sorcery points to twin whatever spells I want to be doing, and enough spell slots to be able to click Hail of Thorns and Ensnaring Strike as much as I like. And I'm sure someone's going, but Quag, this is cheese. It's not representative of normal gameplay. Lots of classes can break the resource economy at lots of points in the game. Sorcerers can do it at level 2, but every class can do it here in Act 3. With a variety of things. Free cast abuse, the boudoir here, region traveling, and then even outside of all of those things, you have the fact that any class or any build that has access to Sanctuary can simply Sanctuary themselves and drink a short rest potion in combat and get back most relevant things. So I'm okay with things like this for showcase purposes. I really don't want to include sorcerer levels in my next run though. I'm so sick of doing this. This is 2 runs in a row of meta magic stuff. And that's kind of a shame, because like one of the things that I was considering really wanting to do on the upcoming run was using Exposing Bite to set up a really big Scorching Ray upcasts. And going with Sorcerer to have the spell slots to do that seems like a cool idea. Maybe I could go with like block and just have maybe 4th levels that come back on short rest, because Exposing Bite itself is once per short rest. I don't hate that idea. Make another 4th level just to have. BG3 police will find you one day. Yeah, many people have appointed themselves the BG3 police. If any of them could read, they'd have made good points, but I'm still here. Tried to eyebite on Raphael for the first time a while ago, and I got it to trivialize the fight. Yeah, eyebite fear just turns off the fight. It's pretty funny. If you stick an extended spell, eyebite, they could read, they'd likely not be police. True! Professor Cuddles, amazing first time message. A W on every level. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Approaching the end of the cycle here. Once we're done, I'll attune to Marco and switch to an appropriate elixir. Yeah, you know, I think this is fine. I have 4 vigilance, so let's start there. Go Spirit of Evening Marco for a little bit. Actually, it's so hard to justify Spirit of Evening now that I have Rhapsody. I can justify it, it's just hard. Let's stick with it because it's thematic. Spirit of Evening Rhapsody. Elemental Infusion there. Alice Glow there. Okay. Setup looking decent. Makes me miss just Panty Cast and create sorcery points a few times instead of the back and forth. Now it's just clunky and slow. What's faster, beating up on Raphael or creating sorcery points? Beating up on Raphael. You can finish off Raphael really quickly. In every context.
Every day there is less of me. Let's pop you open, shall we?
You'll notice that I'm not ever hexing my weapon. It's because I don't want it to scale off charisma. I'm Hexblade for Hex and the manual application of Hexblade's Curse. I don't really care about the other features. Alright, good enough for now. Wash was the quickest I've monked Raph. You can go really fast with a Hunter, dual wielding +1 tenacity weapons with Colossus Slayer. Shadowblade is really quick. Reckless Attack is really quick. Tavern Brawler Monk is really quick. I guess Tavern Brawler Wild Shape is really quick now too. Okay, let's find some fights to pick. Let me put a diluted oil of sharpness on my bar here. Could start with. We could go with either Githyanki. We could go with the Ancient Lair. Feeling Githyanki. So let's buy Universal Res.
Worth a try. Let's see what I can glean.
Step up and let Skittles sort you out.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Now we go to Humble Toast. I could go get Rapture too. Meh. Sawagan? I already killed them. I think. Yeah, pretty sure I did. Wonder if there's a villain in the game that isn't a loser.
Come far, I perceive. How may I serve you this day?
Mizora? And she takes an L from time to time, but I wouldn't call her a loser. Zariel? Because Zariel doesn't actually take any L's. You just never see them. Never see her. Mephistopheles. I think Bane is the least losery of the Dead 3. Because the Speak with Dead combo you can have with Bane indicates that he's pretty chill about the outcome. He's like, hey, no matter what you do, you are acting in the spirit of everything that empowers me, so I win regardless. And he'll point out specifically all this fighting, killing you're doing for your goals. Yeah, that I love that.
Every Baldurian home.
Yeah, the Bane convo goes so hard. Feels like all of them sort of win. Well, you can end up wiping out the entire cult of Baal. So in that way, Baal can lose. But with Bane, he's more than happy to just take the ideological win. Where was I going? I was having a thought about gear and then I completely derailed myself. Yeah, the one where Bane doesn't answer since he didn't ask the question. That's pretty good too. Since I couldn't remember what I was actually doing, let's just go here. There was something I want to do that isn't this. Sorry for the distraction, fun conversation. Oh no, don't be sorry, don't be sorry. I easily get distracted without that. Nothing to be sorry about. It is a fun combo, and thank you for bringing it up. Don't have any oil of combustion. Let's make some.
This'll help.
Is this non-magical? So I will need to do that oil sharpness.
Mustn't let anyone see.
Didn't anticipate getting a surprise around here, but certainly won't say no. Now, clicking Hail of Thorns here is gonna hurt. I want to just do it anyway. But we will try to set the stage a little bit first. First, let's thin them out. I don't want a big group here. Don't have necrotic res. I'll do a first level and see how much this hurts me. Barely anything. necrotic immune. So makeshift isn't fantastic here, but pretty nice damage. I ended up getting fire infusion, consuming it. Did I consume it? Or did it just override immediately with cold? No, it did. Yeah, because it sorts by alphabetical. That makes sense. It's Conjure Barrage, Willing Whip been tried before. Does that interaction not work? Willing Whip wants you to make a melee attack roll with Leviatar's Scourge, is my understanding. Didn't go how I wanted it to at all. It's okay. Oh, I sent my grease to camp. This is why you should always hoard. Really need you to try doing Whirlwind Attack, Leviatar Scourge, just for the hell of it. Yeah, it seems like it'd be really fun. I'm trying to stand in such a way that they'll group up here. Conjure Barrage would be better for this this grouping, but that's fine. Could delay this another turn, go for saturation. What would the upside be? Not much, really. They saved. Yeah, you rolled a 20. Yeah, a lot of saving throws there. That's tragic. Diva Mace, unironically, not a bad Conjure Barrage 6, same with Merm Weapons. Yeah, I've done Diva Mace Conjure Barrage before. I could do some of that. I kind of forgot to get one of those. Yeah, that could be fun. Okay.
try this way.
That was a juicy Edge of Darkness. That elemental infusion on everyone. You know what causes the deafening sound of dialogues? Skipping during the sound effect for tadpole power usage.
Worth a shot?
Thanks, you're welcome. Now that we've warmed up a bit, let's find something to Faru in. What if you did this damage with 2 spell slots against 1 target? See, that's the thing with Ranger haters. They've never played Ranger. Drink a smaller potion. I want to stock up on tadpoles for no other reason than I just think it'd be funny. I'll try to get all the tadpoles in this act. Got 20. This is also down tadpoles I could have had in previous acts. I could have gotten one more out of near. More than that with duping more of them.
That's curious.
Ah, sir, you chose.
I didn't help Balthazar in 2. Balthazar and Marcus. Did I pick up the one in Ethel's hideout? I think I did. Oh, there's one at the bank. I don't want to open that door because someone walking by might trigger a crime response. Is there a window I can go out on this floor? No. The one in Sorcerer's Sundries. There's one in the bank, one in the Foundry, one in the Iron Throne. The horror of scarfing down 8+ tadpoles at once. At that point, you can't just use your mouth whales. You gotta lock in. You're on a time crunch. You gotta use what's available, you know? Missing so much of the story, you just smashed that couple, I haven't even been there yet. Oh, yeah, I won't tell you who those people are, then. It's worth going and talking to them and reading the stuff in there.
Table somewhere.
Glitterbeard kept checking this one chest in the vault over and over. Then he dropped the door on me.
Let's get on with it.
Girl I matched with on Tinder wants me to play Fortnite with her tonight. Should I do it? Haven't played in years. Fuck it, Carter. Why not? That could be a good bonding experience.
Have to keep low. Worth locking, worth opening. So,
I'm not that kind of drow.
And what did he say?
might be useful.
And I'm not kidding.
Busy up here at all.
Days like this almost make me miss the merchant train.
I'm really strong.
Oh, please.
Put in a late one tonight.
Word is the Gondian Guild is down too.
Teach me all the new things. Yeah.
Onward. Ever onward.
And I think you proving yourself to be a good student and also someone who's willing to engage in her interests. I think that's green flag behavior. I think that could all work out very nicely.
Worth a try.
Sounds wholesome.
A lock. How tempting.
Oh, I have a key for one of these, I think. Not that one. Doing Joaquin's Rest Fist at level 4 is greedy, right? I don't really think so. Level 4 means you have enough... You likely have enough initiative to be fine. Doing it without critical hit immunity is a little bit greedy. If you take the extra step of purchasing Gauntlet Yeva's javelins from her, that helps. Because then at that point you just need to worry about Ephron's, Fist Ephron's javelins. And then just make sure that there's never an angle for any of the archers or for the cleric to have a line on you, because a special arrow crit kills you. A guiding bolt crit, even a guiding bolt non-crit can kill you. Especially if you're taking more than one attack a turn. But you can do it at level 4. Depending on your opener, you could do it at level 1, of course. I've done that. Lightning charges bomb into a fire surface. As long as they're tightly grouped, will clear the whole encounter. And if you need to haste and throw 2, then you need to haste and throw 2. Minor illusions, they'll do the barrel start. Yeah, the barrel start will make the fire surface you need for the bomb follow-up. That's if they survive the fire arrow in the barrel.
Best avoid that trap.
I likely won't use these tools on much of anything else, so. Although this isn't the high security section, is it? These aren't magically locked. Just 22 knock scrolls. Thank you for the advice. Of course. Yeah, in regards to level and its impact on strat, it really depends on what you're doing. if your goal is to do enough damage to a target, you always have the option of multi-bomb tech. You could make a single smoke powder bomb do hundreds of damage. And that's without class stuff you could do on top of that. You could have Hexblade's Curse taking that way, way farther. To name one example. I should talk to Skittle to get Nox Scrolls. Yes. Sells one every day. Worth grabbing. You never know when you need it. Oh, I should get C Invis. The Assassin of Balcal is a nice item to grab for buffing purposes, because you can just cast the C Invis from it, and then unequip the hat, and you keep it.
Anyway, take your pick.
Noble stock. Do I need anything else? I'll take more of those, sure. Oh yeah, it was a gift. That's what I was gonna do. I forgot about. Do I have any of the worm? I got some of the worm. Should go get Rapture before this, but Alright, Diva Mace. I was thinking about Diva Mace. Let's grab that.
Hey, soldier.
So we're gonna give Karlak a bunch of cleric levels now. So she can cast Planar Ally. I am picking things. Just whatever's the fastest for me to click on. Should be using these level ups for getting things like Terrazul and Universal Res, but I can't be bothered. I could get the Divine Intervention Mace too, but eh. Planar Ally. Jinny Scimitar could be fun. Meh.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
What's on your mind?
Let's try this way.
So I'll want to put Drake Throat on it. Probably. I don't want to use the bath. So let's outsource this. I'll be down a Peg Scroll. That's fine.
It is done.
Am I tuned to lightning right now? Do I need to be? No. All of this is to style on some GIF, because I think it'd be cool. Hey, Shimmer, thank you for the 2 months. Much appreciated. Hope you continue to enjoy all the perks, etc., etc. You know the deal. Thank you very much.
Yippee.
Fire, we go lightning. Thunder. Kind of like the idea of fire, because I could go like oil of combustion opener.
There is work to do. Oh well. Cam. This way.
Nice. Should really leave the rats alive, actually. Easier momentum stacking option for Iron Throne when I decide to do that.
My old home. We're close by. It will be good to see it again. Look for a ladder.
Unseen as I was taught.
My old home. Thank you for bringing me back. Look around. You'll find some of my things
Squid.
still intact. Perhaps even useful to you.
When the hunters return to their den. Out if you have to. We must find evidence of its whereabouts.
I don't want to burn Celestial Haste yet. We need more peg scrolls, but work with what I got. Art. Do you have 70 sorcery points, may I ask? Sure. You can convert spell slots to sorcery points, and then those sorcery points back to spell slots. And you can keep doing that at a slightly depreciating rate, so you will eventually run out of both. But if you then have a way to refill those spell slots, well, you can convert those into more sorcery points. So, short rest potions will refill all of your first and second level spell slots. So, if you do that cycle that I mentioned, and then drink a short rest potion, it'll refill all of the empty slots that you made too. So that's how I have 20 second level, 10 first level. I just did a few cycles of that. I got this much off of 2 short rest potions. Nails are done. Ooh. What'd you end up going with, Jesse? 8 cents 11. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the perks. Thank you for being around.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Didn't think I'd love this game. Fuck, it's so good. Can't stop playing. Yeah, friendless Jay. What would be best class for dex saves on ice surfaces to keep boot slot open? Barbarians have advantage on dex saves as long as they're not blinded or incapacitated. They get that at level 2. Rangers and rogues start with dex save proficiency. So, one or both of those things together, I guess. Realizing I don't have protection from old person on right now. Send away Piston for the moment. I mean, getting caught in a old person wouldn't have been the worst thing there, because I have very good defenses. But me getting caught in a old person there with a Resonant Stone on would have been bad, because the psychic damage would still be going through and doing a lot. That's pretty good. On concentration. Oh, he doesn't see a damage roll that hurts me. And that is just with Blade Ward, 5 DR. Just like there's no point.
Is relentless. You handled it well. Let us hope she exhausts her forces soon. Now search the room. There's a statue.
Yeah, what if I just didn't search the place? I like my idea better.
The Gazette reckons Lord Gortash is the second coming of Balduran. Horsecack!
If I were to pick a fight over here, what would I do? I could do some Psychic Conjure Barrage. Oh.
Can't be long now.
Hello. Magic, isn't it? I'm just saying, maybe there's a reason for that weird feeling.
So you believe me then?
I'm sure we'll be able to sort things.
I'm doing a dumb. Hang on, let me cook. Gonna region travel real quick. It'll be worth it. Okay, Mibs, Darbana.
Nearly there now. You see the city?
That's why we need to walk.
What if I went for just like a saturation wet twin lightning arrow on a group to start a fight? What if I did that?
My faith will guide me.
Nibs and what was the other one? Darbana. maybe Darbon is a replacement for Mips. No, no, there's Darbon. Okay.
Stop fighting! You can deal with it yourselves!
I'm sure we'll be able to afford things. At least the things we need.
Let's see what I can glean.
Getting devious here. Oh, I need that one.
Single file, please, and no groups.
The Steel Watchers as a patch 6 are hard-coded, you can't make them lightning bolt. Actually.
Wait your turn. Complaining won't get you in any faster.
Not what anymore? It's okay, there's electrified surface there. Let's go here. Here.
Murdered someone in view.
Yeah. Turn left to Scarlet Saturation. They are surprised. So I can continue to teach them about Perura. Provided I can get a good angle. Don't start, Brain.
What's the use being first in line if the line's not moving?
I don't think they were ready for Perura. I don't want Figaro to get pulled into combat, but I also don't want to get pulled off the route. So I'm gonna go right here. Can you pull Alarm Cloud, Sneak Attack with Dancing Breeze? Unsure, I've never tried.
Can't you feel it?
Feel what exactly?
Got to focus.
Steel Watcher went for the roof. Interesting play. Tempest switched to Bone Spike gloves. But, meh. You're very good decks. Actually, switching to Bone Spike gloves is correct. I have Construct Slaying, but let's go with Ice. Followed by Barb. saved, as I figured you would. Good jump. You save on this, but it'd be funny if you didn't. Oh. I was right, that was funny. Out of range effects. Were they okay? This is absolutely not worth my time. I just want to confirm something. Just screwing around, as one does in Act 3. You have the movement to get to me? You don't really have the movement to do anything. Yeah. There's a tadpole.
Being arrested for theft. If you have a defense.
My defense is fuck you. My defense is correct.
Can't be long now.
Actually taking cover. Take an opportunity here. So see how Hex applied to 2 instances of damage? It's the value of Hex. What bow is that? This is the Hellrider longbow. It's sold by Ferg in Rivington.
No matter what the mouth says.
What's the use being first in line if the line's not moving?
No time like
Stealing in.
unnoticed. Good.
Any of those festive tadpoles, don't think I've bothered to loot them ever. I haven't either. I think it's just those two. I've never looted them before, so that was a first time experience for me.
Need to press onward.
currently I have 24 unused tadpoles. There's still one in the foundry, the one in the Iron Throne, the one in the bank. Go for the bank one. Oh, the one in the park. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Go that one too. Let's go there now, actually. Switch off of Marco. Do some Bloodthirst stuff. That sounds fun. Bloodthirst, Crimson Mischief. No. No, let's stick with Bloodthirst Rhapsody. Using spell slot and hex and you quick and Eldritch Blast. It's easy to fall into a headspace where you see this as 6 damage, because that's what it says on the card. But you know, things don't exist in a vacuum in this game. So 6 damage does not always mean 6 damage. So they have evasion. Or this one doesn't, actually. Do you? Those two don't. Perfect. I was lying when I said they have evasion. That was a test. You all passed. I'm very proud of you. Go with makeshift bow here. The invisible guy sees me. That's what's happening there.
Mustn't let anyone see. Time for a little pilfering.
Went down to Unstoppable 1, but then gained Unstoppable 3. Scammed. But wait for the fist to show up. Or do they show up on round 2? That might be round 2, actually. Pop over here. Whee. Still has a line to Thunder Gaze me, probably. Oh, no, I had to jump. I didn't pick the Pistone back up from Lae'zel. Wish accepting ball gave me the murder hungry feature. There's a couple story events that they could have given more stuff to. There we go. This gnome is tadpoled.
Keep out of this, Captain. Do not forget who you serve.
Of course, I just thought you might need assistance.
You feel an all too familiar squirm in the recesses of your mind. The fist has a tadpole, but Something's off.
Not I. We. And we do not serve.
Defective. Very well. Another offering to Baal.
Okay. So, this is a great example of wisdom doesn't matter. Having good wisdom is a scam. I have 8 wisdom. This is a wisdom save. Curious to see how high I can peak staggering and banishing smite. It's most of the retaliation stuff also buff smite. I would avoid banishing because it's got a bunch of weird behaviors. Like, if you kill someone with the bonus damage of banishing smite, they live on 0 HP, and you still need to damage them again. And if you don't kill them, but instead get them low, then they're just removed from the battlefield, but they're still alive. It's honestly kind of a bad spell. But staggering can cook. Yeah. I'm curious to see how high that gets to. Probably hit me, my AC's bad. Oh yeah, offhand for church striking post, right. Bad movement speed moment. Wish I could turn off the banishing part. Forceful and smite sound diabolical. Yeah. Like 5d10 that you can crit with, that you can apply Vuln to. You can apply, all sorts of things, too. But yeah, in theory, just the bonus part of it could account for 200 damage. Can you apply Force Palm, Contagion, or freezing people? Pile stakes too, yeah.
keep going.
What's going on here? Someone raised
What's all this then? Spirit Weaving for a bit. Try to one-shot the brain, see if it stays alive on 0 health. Ooh. It might not, because I think the brain is immune to banish, so maybe you can get away with banishing smite against targets that are explicitly immune to the banish. That's a possibility. Do I feel like going to steal the tadpole in the foundry just because I can? No, not right now. On second thought, yeah, I do. I don't know if this is common knowledge today. I found a neat self-fulfilling loop for retaliation, Sonic Backlash, Elements of Fusion. Easy 1d4 plus to lightning charges. I mean, yeah, Sonic Backlash is a spell, so Elements of Fusion. Yeah, that's no. Maybe Answer or Raft to chunk their health to start. Applying Forceful into either of them is a little difficult. But I like where you're going with it.
I'm going to be merciful and pretend I didn't hear that tone.
Damn, dude, you got some voice in your gravel.
What are you doing?
Preparing the cadaver's brain.
Cadaver's on the floor, man.
He needed to be beaten.
Very good.
Wood.
Perhaps if I adjusted the watch's rotary.
Could stick Dominate Person to Gord so you can perilous takes him. Mm-hmm. Trade, I think we need to show off peak lightning arrow. Like, outside of a spec for it. I mean, like, peak lightning arrow. Tempest Cleric to force the max roll. Cast it from the bow, you know. I don't feel like doing it though, so it's your job. Thank you for volunteering.
I'd better take a peek.
You think Bay Knights are secretly bottoms? I don't think it's even a secret. Go ballast for a little bit.
Talk straight.
Alright, let me find one more good fight to pick. Starting to run out of fights. Thinking tomorrow will be the end of the run. Still one tadpole in the Iron Throne. One in the bank. Let's get the one in the bank before I forget about it. Put up a horny dinosaur on my testing save. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate fun? Tadpole by Blur. Oh, I didn't get that one either. For Gore. Yeah. I got the one in Sorcerer's Hunters. I didn't get the one by Blur. Yeah, we'll grab the one in the bank, then we'll grab the one there. I just think it would be funny to have 30 unspent tadpoles at the end of the game. I think with duping you can have 3 full brains if you do a really good dupe. Like, in theory, if you're really careful, you could dupe more than just the first few in the game. You could do, like, all of the ones in the first 3 maps. So that would be a way to full tadpole a full party. But you'd be doing, like, more than half the game without tadpole power access. So I don't know if that evens out.
Might as well take a look.
I guys think that BG3 is the nerdiest mainstream game ever. I don't think we have a way of quantifying that. Actually, don't care about that one. He said peak, and I think peak requires horny.
Let's get this thing open.
Yeah, peak is, what, Rhapsody, Marco... Or is it even Rhapsody? Shit. Yeah, I guess it is. It's Rhapsody, Marco. It's you get 3 kills again, so you have Remittance active again with Saturation. It's Lightning Blast, Twin, 4th level Lightning Arrow, Destructive Wrath, Callous Glow. Is Valor Shriek more damage than going for... No, it's not. Gaping Wounds, Formless Slaughter. Connor Mitzi Dino should be able to get to aggro dominate again. The main problem is getting to Lower City. Yeah, we still haven't been able to figure out a way to do that. Now, let me grab the Pistone again. It is 250 kilos, which seems to be too heavy to lift. I thought about... Like, it's seemingly only player concentration that breaks when you region travel, or concentration effects applied to players. So, I was thinking if you could get Hope to have the Dominate Beast ring equipped, maybe you could get Hope to do it.
Just breathe. Breathe.
So it would be Dollyport with Hope out of the House of Hope. Then go get the dino. Then bring the dino with you to Rivington. Drop Domination so that Hope can start hers. And then you bring it with you to Lower City. If that would stay. And I'm basing this on Shovel's concentration on Invis does not break on region travel. That's my basis. If you have Meta Magic and Wrath, you'd have to cast from the bow. Yeah, the idea is cast from the bow. Cast from the bow, because that's also a 4th level anyway. So it takes care of having to set up an elixir slot or anything. That does mean you could do Draconic Bloodline blue and go up to level 6 for that damage. So it would be something like 8 sorcerer, maybe 4 cleric. No, you still want Hexblade for Hexblade's Curse. So 1 Hex, at least 2 Tempest Cleric, at least 6 Draconic Blue. NPCs do normally break con and region travel. Blood and Adriel, for instance. Well, that's if they're concentrating on you. I'm wondering if neither party involved in the concentration is a player, what happens? I could be wrong. Only thing I didn't try was enlarge Cloud Giant Bull Strength. So, to the best of my knowledge, enlarging and like carry weight increases don't actually help. They'll help if you are having an issue where you don't have the room in your current inventory for it, but they won't increase the ceiling of what you can do that with, if that makes sense. Like, if you can't pick up Lantarv because your strength is too low, getting Bull's strength won't change that. Only increasing your strength will. I don't think you can reduce dead body. I don't think so either. Pretty sure the target needs to be alive. And I don't think 30 strength is going to be close. Because you need 26 for bugbears. And bugbears are like 110 or 120 kilos. The dino's 250. So I don't think going up 2 brackets is gonna cover that.
The Gazette reckons Lord Gortash is the second coming of Baldur.
Bugbear and half orc are the same weight, aren't they? I don't know off the top of my head. A way to get arrested in Rivington, get sent to the lower city jail? I don't think so. I think it'll still just send you to the Worms Rock prison.
Unseen. Perfect.
Alright, 28 tadpoles just for funsies.
This way.
It's 26 for a full brain, by the way. And we could have had an additional... Let's not include dupes here. We could have had one more off of Nier. We could have had one from Zarel, one from Balthazar. So I could be sitting on 31 tadpoles right now. The 32nd one is in the Iron Throne, and I think that's all the tadpoles for the playthrough. That's 48. Excuse me, 58 tadpoles. Yeah. Not bad. Mark these as wares. Wares are you? Do you get it? Okay, that's enough brain rot for today. I'm getting tired. I know it's only been about 6 hours. But we did genuinely like most of Act 3 today. All that we have left is House of Hope, Gortash, and some stuff I don't care enough to do. So I'm thinking tomorrow we finish up this run, and if I make good enough time, we'll start the next one. Still coalescing exactly what I'd want to do with it, but if you miss me explaining, the gist of it is I'm going to be taking a 2-level dip into Moon Druid so that I can use the Wolf Wild Shape to set up crits on whatever I want. Who's live right now? Lots of people live. Let's raid Kaylee. Kaylee's doing a no-hit Giant Barbarian. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. If you don't know Kaylee, she's who I would call the most skilled BG3 challenge runner that I'm aware of. I'm including a lot of very talented and intelligent people, many of whom who are better at this than me. And I think Kaylee runs consistently some of the craziest, most restrictive rule sets and manages to pull out wins. And she's very patient, has some really cool strategies and innovations. So you'll enjoy your time over there. Yeah, that's it. Drink some water, wash your ass, but bye forever.
Ooh, that one I like the most.